And we should be live. Hello, hello, hello. Good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing? I'm just going to check the audios and I'll be right with you. I realised I pressed the wrong thing and I muted myself after I coughed. I normally do that because my throat's usually very froggy. But good evening, everyone. How is everyone doing? Tonight we are taking a look at, well, not released yet, but the early access of this route here. Let me just jump into it. Where is it? There it is. West Coast Main Line, Birmingham to Crewe. Who is excited? Because I'm very, 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 very excited to give this a go. Before we jump into anything, first things first is I'm going to start a poll of are you getting West Coast Main Line, Birmingham to Crewe? Are you going to get it? Yes, with loads of exclamation marks. Maybe. In fact, now I'm going to do yes on a sale, maybe, and nope. That's going to be the poll, and I'm going to use that to feedback information to the developers because we can. But good evening, everyone. Hope everyone is doing absolutely splendid. I'm back. I'm back after 2.5 weeks off. I've been away. I've been on my honeymoon, and I'm back in the swing of things for YouTube just about. So yeah, we're going to be giving this a go because I'm very, very excited. I've been playing this non-stop. It says I've done 53 miles. What that's not showing is what I've been playing on the PlayStation all weekend, which is around about 300 miles. So yes, I've done a lot of mileage on this route over the weekend, and I'm going to do a lot more of it tonight. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some runs. Let me just turn the music off because the music's a little bit loud. What I'm going to do is do my sort of standard sort of stuff. So we'll take a look at what comes with the route. And then what we'll do is I'm going to do a run in the 350. And then after that, we're going to do kind of free reign, really. You know, if you want to see a Voyager, if you want to see a Pendolino, if you want to see a 323, let me know. We'll do it. But who we got in the chat? We've got loads and loads and loads of people in. So I might not be able to read you all out tonight. But we've got Mr. Sprinter, Wesley, Nicholas, hello, hello, hello. Kelly, Flying Southerner. Joe Dobson cancelled his stream. Yes, I saw. Mr. Sprinter, hello. Kate, good evening. Great Western Photography, hello. Who else we got? Aidan, Class 222, Scotland's Balls. Who else? Joshua Summers, Thomas Gaming. Who else we got? Got loads of people in tonight. Loads and loads and loads of people. Transport East Anglia, hello, hello, hello. Let me keep going on through the chat. We've got a load. TJ, hello. They could have made a 2025 timetable and include the 7:30 with it. I'm not going to have any slander tonight because there's a lot of work that's gone into this. Apple with Twig, hello. Hello, my love, how you doing? Snake Biters, Darren, how you doing? Dominic, hello. Concord, a long time no see. Did you enjoy your honeymoon? I very much indeed. Indeed. It was a very good honeymoon and I got a lot of stories to tell you about it. Adam, hello. Southwestern, and I think that's pretty much everyone. So if I missed anyone, I apologise. So what we're going to do is, in fact, do I just show you information about the route? Let me just very quickly change that so I can show you information about the route. So if you don't know what it is, then I can show you, can't I? How do I do this? View. There it is. Happy days. Let me bring that on. So this is West Coast Main Line, Birmingham to Crewe. It's around about 50 miles through the suburban Black Country. You've got Birmingham New Street, Crewe, Bassett Hall, Oxley Car Depot and Soho Depot, and all sorts of layers. Obviously, you can see the route starts down at Birmingham, and we're going all the way up towards Crewe. The route releases tomorrow, 10 AM for consoles and 6 PM for Steam. £29.99, £29.99, and whatever the European and US conversions are. And it comes with a Class 350. I know a lot of people have gone, well, hold on a minute, how come it's only come with a 350? If you've not seen it, I actually did an interview with All Aboard Studios, the developers of this route, and that was a really, really good opportunity to be able to have a sit down with them for an hour or so and get loads of information about the route, and also ask a developer questions that the community would want to ask. So it was really good to have that opportunity to talk with them, and I'm hoping that in future we can do similar stuff like that because it's like good to see like how routes take shape from a third party's perspective, because obviously, like I say, it's a third party. They do this in their own time, and it's their debut route and whatever else. And I really highly encourage you go and watch that video because it's a bit of a long one. It's about an hour and 15 minutes, but it's a really good video to watch because it really gives a proper good insight into into the route. We might do the British Transport Police livery if you want to. That's up to you. We'll decide which 350 you want to do. I'm in school when it releases. Out of interest, did the route perform well on PS5? Yes, from what I saw. The PS5 version, obviously before release day, is the pre-release is like a pre-release version. That's not the final one yet. That's why we can't broadcast any content on it. We can, I think, from like Monday night, but when I played it on Saturday night, it's not the final version just because of the way that it works. So I don't broadcast any content with it. But there wasn't many major issues from what I saw. So yeah, it should be good when it comes out. It's a lot of fun, and the route is just absolutely spectacular. So let's get into it. I know a few people had some questions about football stadiums. So I'm going to show you that. Someone came in and commented on the stream saying, is Molyneux in it? Wolverhampton Wanderers. Wolverhampton, is it Wanderers? Is that the name? Wolves. It's the Wolves Stadium there. Yes, it is. Is Crewe Alexandria Stadium there? It is. So there's a lot to look forward to with this. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's just get into the route. We like Stafford. It's an alright station. My favourite's Wolverhampton, I think, because it's just really busy. Did you do your homework? What homework? Hi Richie, when do you release the next In Real Life train class video? You on about ticking off trains? It's coming soon. Just because of things going on, like Train Sim 16 release and a holiday, I've not actually edited the next episode. But sorry, that's very, very loud. 1 second. I'll just turn that down a little bit. So, let me jump into Birmingham to Crewe. So, I'll show you what I've got. So, for some reason, the UI is showing us 386 services. I think I'm missing some stuff. I might not have everything installed. But I think there's around about 500 timetabled services. Bear with me a second. Are you missing installed content? That service count doesn't seem correct. For some reason, it's been showing 386, but I think it's around about 522, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. But included with this, you've got the 350s. Obviously, you've got the 350-1, 350-2, and the 350-3. The 350-1 does all sorts of stuff. Would you please jump into New Street at 15:20 at some point and listen to the announcements for the 15:22 standard train? I certainly can try. So you got the 350-1 that does all sorts of stuff. There is differences between there's differences between the actual. I'm trying to think now. So the 350-1 does, I think, the local. The 350-2 does intercity, and I think the 350-3 does some other stuff. I'm not actually too sure what they each do, but they do their own sets of services. They're all unique trains, so someone did actually break it down for me. But Kieran, if you could tell people the differences between the 350-1, 2, and 3, the main things. Steam Spirit Steam's one of the missing layers. Yes, that's right. 1 second. Apparently, I am missing a few layers, so let me just make sure I've got everything installed before I get into it. So just bear with me 2 seconds. Can you check the layers? Of course I can. I'll make sure everything's gloss up line I need. That's one thing I need installed. I'm trying to see. I think I've got everything there, and obviously what's it called? Spirit of Steam, that's another one as well. There you go. So there's the services. I think that I'm hoping I've got the right build installed. So just bear with me 1 second. apologies, I'm back. I've just spoken to Kieran, who is obviously one of the developers. So if you've got any questions, do fire them towards Kieran. So my service count's wrong. You actually get 522 services with this. I believe it's because of the build I'm on, which is fine to obviously showcase, but there is 522 services. So there's a lot more than 383. Don't you worry. But anyway, we'll have a little look at the scenarios. So obviously you've got the early start, Wolverhampton local, back in action, contingency measures, and unit exchange. And then we've also got a couple of training modules as well. And then also, we've got all the sort of timetable stuff. So we've also got the 350-1, as I've just said, the -2 and the -3. As for layers, you've got the 150-2, the 153, the 158, the 170, the 390, Flying Scotsman, Class 87, Voyager, Class 66, Class 86. There's absolutely loads going on. Absolutely loads going on. So yes, there's tons of content. There's a lot more lots of different -1 services there. So there's different liveries as well. So obviously you've got the -1 in London Midland livery. You've got the -2 in London Midland livery and LNR livery. Got a -3 which is just in LNWR unbranded livery. And obviously got the British Transport Police one. So, should we get into a service? I think we should. So, what are we going to drive first? The -1, the -2 BTP, the -3, or the -2? Which class 350 should we drive? Wait for your comments to come on through. BTP, a lot of comments of BTP. I haven't seen that Apostle. I'll have a little look at that after the stream. Uh, 2W44. Okay, that's fine. 2W44. Let's have a look. Where's that one? Let's have a little look. There we go. Ah, look at that one. There you go. Let's do that one then. Let's drive that one. We'll drive it in August. Why not? Why not? Let's do it. Let's do it. My question to the dev is, any chance in the future they might make a route that will close the gap between Milton Keynes and Birmingham if Dovetail doesn't? Well, who knows what will happen. They could do anything. I'm getting an Xbox Series X for Christmas. There was a lot of X's in that sentence. I'm getting an Xbox Series X for Xmas and we'll be playing this route at Manchester Airport Commuter. Right then, here we go. Let's get straight into the route, shall we? Let's get going. Let's do it. Put that into there. Put that into there. Happy days. Let me unlock the doors on the right hand side. And this is the 350-2 in the Transport for Wales livery. What am I going to say there? British Transport Police livery. Look at that. Very, very nice. Very nice indeed. Beautiful. So glad you've caught the first service. It's absolutely fantastic. So if we are going to the 8 cam, obviously Birmingham New Street's very busy now. So we've got the Voyagers there. Look at that beautiful stuff going to Penzance. Got the cross country 170s. Got the West Midlands Railway 170s, which you can drive. Obviously the 323s. I did miss them in the timetable list. Of course, I can't forget the 350s. Got a Pendolino over there. Obviously, go on through here. Looks absolutely splendid. Obviously got another. Oh, I've got 323 there. My beloved 323. You're looking forward to this. I bought the Peninsula Corridor since it's the Bay Area route I'm familiar with. I always find that when you've got a route that you're familiar with, it's like much more. It's just better than when you kind of like when you've got a route that's close to home. You've also got these here. Look at that. Got the little box thingies. Awesome stuff. Got the Pendolino. And yeah, Pendolini there as well. Lovely stuff. And also, I might have some news. So let me. 35 minutes cross trainer, 550 calories. Help! Oh dear. Oh whoopsie. Rightio, let's go. Let's do it. Let's get going. We are... Oh, we need to lock the doors. That's why. We need to lock the doors. So, can you show us the PIS screen? Yes, I can. There's loads I can show you on this. So let's get that going. Off to Rolf Street. Why not? Off to Rolf Street. So, there you go. Look, there's the PIS screens. They look really, really good. Obviously, that service is next. So, there we go. Off we go. Off we go. Let's do it. Closest to you is the Tees Valley. Not sure if I saw if you saw my DM. I did. Sorry, I've been setting up for the stream, so I've not really paid much attention to Discord. But yes, it's working all good. Do you prefer the Class 220 or the 390? If I'm honest, the Voyager, because the Voyager you'll see in more places. I don't know if you just saw that, heard that as well. The announcement.
Or text the British Transport Police on 61016.
There you go. Off we go. Very nice indeed. Off we go. Off we go. Good to hear you're doing better. Closest to you is Spirit of Steam. Roll Street. Change here for sandwich. That's it, Hannah. That's the one. Tees Valley and the East Coast Main Line are the closest for you. I think like when Cross City came out, it really solidified this game for me. Before I played Train Sim World and I enjoyed it, but when Cross City came out, it genuinely solidified how much like how realistic and like, you know, it's not going to be 100% like the routes, but it's close. It's pretty darn close. And it's just so for that route, it was kind of like a make or break situation for me, and it just made it. And now, you know, look at me now, 3 years on. It's also mad to think that Cross City came out 3 years ago. How mad is that? You live in Wolverhampton. Oh yeah, I feel for you. East Coast Main Line is closest to my old hometown. I used to live near Watford. My local station is in game. Does help me being on the Brighton Main Line. Oh yes, that's a good route. Would like to see that overhauled. Here we go. So this is leaving the tunnels now. Very nice. I'm not going to turn in any safety systems on, simply because when I'm streaming, it's very difficult to multitask. I've got 70 people watching, by the way. That's absolutely insane. Thank you all for coming in tonight. I really appreciate it. You'd love to see RichyRail get added. That'd be really cool. You'd like Durham in the game. You've got nearly 70. I know, that's mad. Absolutely mad. There's a lot of hype for this route, though. You'd like to see a more accurate model for your station. How you doing, trains, cars, ships and planes? Good to see passenger information screens are different, since all previous UK routes had the same ones. Yes, they're really good to see. No safety systems. When I'm streaming, I just don't do it. Let me very quickly do something, because I've got a surprise for you lot. So let me just quickly pause the game. I will be just a second. I've got a surprise for you. Right then, I'm back. So, I've got a surprise for you, peeps. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hello. I'm Kieran. I'm one of the developers at All Aboard. You probably have seen from what was it, the interview video? When was that?
That was on Saturday.
Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can hear him all good. I'll just make sure to check my audios. Is that coming through? Can you hear him all good? That was on Saturday. Oh, you're really quiet on my end. Hold on, let me just sort that out. It might be because I've got really weird settings. Let me just sort that out.
Well, they're all saying hello, so definitely hear me.
Right, let me do that. It will help if you weren't -16. Maybe if I put you -8. Can you hear him all good now?
Hello.
There we go.
Test.
So yes, this is Kieran. This is one of the developers from All Aboard, who kindly has hopped on the stream to, well, obviously talk about this fruit that you put a lot of hard work into, but also to answer any questions really, because as much as I can answer the questions, you might as well hear them from from the developer themselves. PIS screens look so real now. They have actually updated it a bit. Yeah, well, do you want to go into what you've done at Birmingham New Street and the sort of major changes?
Oh wow. Where do I even begin? I feel like we've done a lot at New Street in particular. So obviously it is the same station model as on Cross City. Fundamentally, we did look to make additions to the New Street model early on, but fundamentally we decided it would pretty much need redoing, which would have not meant a good experience for route hopping between our route and Cross City in that sense. So we decided to stick with it.
So like from a technical point of view, so and it says it kind of made it weird for route hopping. Like, what was the issue that you sort of found? Was it a case that like it didn't like? Is it because it's like a train? Sorry, go on.
If we were to rebuild the station, which is what it would have took to then make additions and stuff like that, it would have just been quite jarring to go from obviously our station model to then the one on Cross City, and it would have also potentially meant that it might not line up correctly and stuff like that. So we decided fundamentally it was better to stick with, because it's not it's not a bad model per se in that sense, and our time was also better spent on making actual additions to the station rather than sort of tearing it down and rebuilding it. Yeah, because that would have obviously taken a very long time. So that was decided pretty early on. But I feel like we've really been able to do New Street in particular a lot of justice. Obviously, the biggest thing that you'll notice straight away is the lighting. Obviously that was done by myself. I ripped out all of the existing lighting and placed the lighting again by hand, and I can tell you a very long process in itself doing that. And that was just really to help get the desired look that we're going for. We wanted it to feel like New Street does in real life. It's very dark and sort of gloomy down on the platform level, like so. That was the first thing, and obviously light baking. A love-hate relationship with light baking, to say the least, because that took a very long time at New Street to get the exact right feel of going for. And obviously you've got the tunnels at either end as well, so you've got to factor that in when it comes to light baking. And it is very much a challenge in Unreal Engine 4, especially. So. And then obviously outside that we have all of the extra foliage and clutter to help bring the station to life. Obviously your custom CIS boards at the station as well.
Yeah, we took a look at them as well, didn't we? They look really, really cool. I especially I especially like with like PIS boards, the different ones. So in the sense that New Street, they're the ones that should be at New Street. Like I'm showing Smethwick now. I don't know if you can see the stream or not, but obviously at Wolverhampton, Smethwick, they're like the sort of standard ones. And then as you get up towards Crewe, they're like the smart PIS, the LED screens. I quite like that variation because it kind of gives it like that sort of variety between stations. It's not kind of like carbon copy.
Yeah, I mean, for me, custom CIS boards was a big priority. Probably not so much for the rest of the devs on the team. Obviously we strive for realism, or get as close to realism as possible. And obviously, so for like Nick, the line side artist, he'll have his own priorities. I'll have my priorities and stuff that we all want to do. And
yeah.
For me, the CIS boards was really up there as a priority for me. It's it's one of those things with TSW. I've always loved the fact that the CIS boards actually work. Obviously, TS Classic don't.
Yeah.
And so want to take obviously full advantage in that and make sure that we use the correct boards where possible at each station. And it's not an easy task. Obviously, the modelling part alone of making those boards work is quite an extensive task, but then the actual tech to line up all the text and all that stuff as well, which that was more my job, that took a very long time. So obviously, yeah, as you said, like across the different stations, they all have their unique boards, as it were.
Yeah.
And fun fact, Crewe actually had the same standard style boards as what you'd see on any other route until like 2 months before the end of development, because I'd taken a trip down to Birmingham, and on my way back passing Crewe, I noticed that they were actually the newer style boards, so I had to go back and swap all those out, and there's a lot of boards at that station, so that definitely took a while.
Here's a good example. As we're coming into Samuel and Dudley, you can see here the smart PIS. I call it smart PIS because it's sort of like the newer PIS, but you can see the difference there. So we've just gone between Smethwick and now we're at Samuel and Dudley. It'll be like 20 seconds delayed for you, but you'll see what I mean when I get round to it. You can tell it's all different, which is really cool touch.
No, absolutely, and obviously it's really for the average player, it's probably quite a small detail.
Yeah.
But for me, it was one of those ones. Obviously, I did all the station clutter along every station on the route, so it was quite a big one for me. I'm a little bit of a perfectionist in that sense. And I know I won't get everything right. Will no doubt be someone that will find something somewhere that'll be like a millimeter
out of place. Yeah, and that's the thing though. It's sort of like you're not going to be able to get it 100%. And I was just saying this before you came onto the call, that like for me, like Birmingham Cross City, for example, that was like a make or break because I knew that like the back of my hand. And in places, I did spot something out of place, but fundamentally, the experience and you can tell the work's gone into it to make it as close as it is. And I've definitely found this so far. And as you say, like it is like you say, you've gone through and done this by hand. So yeah, there may be something out of place, but there's human error, and you're probably going to get one thing out of the hundreds of things you've put down slightly out of place. That's just natural. But like I think it's pretty impressive that you've gone through and done that sort of work. What other sorts of bits and bobs that like line side stuff that can people like look out for?
So obviously, you've got obviously the track access boards across the route.
Yeah, that was one that's intrigued me. I won't lie, I haven't spotted any of them just yet. As we've got a Transport for Wales service going past there, I've not spotted any, but I have seen a screenshot from some of the articles. So if you know where any are, it'd be good to try and point them out.
I would love to tell you where they are, because I've driven this route a lot, and I know that they're there, but obviously I've not done line side, so I don't know whereabouts they are, and I'm not like, even though I've worked on this route, I'm not familiar with the route all too much. I'm sure I could find some of the locations at some point. But yeah, that's obviously not the only thing. I mean, there's quite a good standout feature as you're running along the track at the moment with the ballast shoulders.
Oh yes, yeah.
Obviously, that again, that's something that you see quite often on the railway. So we wanted to include that.
Ballast shoulders. So are they the things that are on the like left hand side of the track?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you could, let's see, left, right, little mounds
Yeah.
with ballast, and that really just helps create a little bit of, as far as in game, it creates a nice little bit of separation between the line side foliage and then the actual track itself. And it's not all just the same color ballast as you'll probably see throughout the route.
Just one thing from the chat. Claim to rack. You're asking about like what cut they take. That's information we don't go into. That you can't sort of discuss that because no one really knows. It's kind of like whatever happens. But yeah, I've seen you comment about 5 or 6 times. I'm not going to answer it. And he's asked it again. Can we use the toilets on the train? That's a good question.
I can tell you straight away. No, you can't.
I'll try it. I'm going to try it.
Us, the 350s for us were a perfect starting point for us to essentially get used to the train side of things, because obviously route building itself.
I thought I could get in, but I just glitched out the train instead. I genuinely thought I could get in, then I was like,
nice try, but no, unfortunately. Obviously, yeah. So the route building itself has many of its own challenges. So does the gameplay aspect, but the trains in particular, especially, are very, very, very challenging in their own way. Obviously you've got the modeling, the animations, and then all the technical elements. Now, when people refer to technical, they tend to just say simulgraph, but realistically there's a lot more to it than just simulgraph. Simulgraph is essentially the physics of the train. It's not like stuff like obviously PIS and all the other stuff. So we wanted to go with a good base, and the 350 was that perfect opportunity to go, right, let's take this train. They've done a /1 already.
Yeah.
Let's look at the 2 other subclasses, because there is differences between, especially in the era that we have chosen for the timetable, there's differences.
Yeah.
But I know I've seen this in a few videos and on the forums and stuff, but the simple way of putting it, /1 has AC and DC components. /2 and /3 don't have DC, so they're just AC. /2 has 3+2 seating, and /3 obviously is the same as /1 in that sense. That's 2+2. Now, obviously, what we've gone with representation-wise, also just sort of, and mainly between the /3 and the /1, from the visual side interior, we've gone with the /3 has obviously got the refurb, so that's modern, basically modern now, and the /1 is still the ex-London Midland interior. So you've got some nice differences between the 3 subclasses on this route. Obviously, we've gone with a wide range of improvements with the train as well. We sat there and really looked at obviously the West Coast Mainline South 350 and went, right, what can we improve? And there was quite a long, extensive list of stuff that we wanted to improve, and I feel like we've been able to do that as well. So train obviously handles better, it performs better. You've not just then got the visual differences, but you've got improvements which we obviously listed during the previous stream. I can't remember them off the top of my head now, but some of them are the suspension rework is a big one. I've always felt like, whilst the suspension is a great feature and is now used across a wide range of trains, sometimes it feels a little bit too harsh, and it should be a bit softer. So we've recreated that on the 350. Obviously, what helps is as you go like between different parts of the route. The track roughness is also different, so
Yeah.
the train behaves in certain ways as you
Yeah.
travel through the route. Well, I'm trying to think what isn't post-release patch again.
Just on a side note, can you see the chat?
Yeah, I can see the chat.
Yeah.
So,
Can you see some of the questions that are coming through? There's
you might have to read some out to me.
That's fine. Yeah. I'll let you finish about what's post-release, and then I've got a few good questions
Yeah.
for you. Don't worry, chat. I will get to some of the questions. Don't you worry. But I feel like it's important to listen to what Kieran's got to say, because it's better than me waffling and overshooting stations. You can listen to everything about the route. You know, it's at the end of the day, it's going to be your money that you're going to be spending. So you want to hear it from the actual developer. So yeah, sorry, carry on.
Oh, I was just going to say, trust me, I've driven many miles and I still overshoot stations, so you're not the only one.
Do you know what? I've played this game since its almost its inception, and I always overshoot stations. It's harder when you stream. It really is. People that don't stream really like it in the chat will like, overshoot. It's so difficult to be able to focus on driving a train and also reading the chat. It's
similar. It's similar to my, obviously. You know, I do a lot of the QA testing, and obviously I'll be on the lookout for things that are not quite right, rather than focusing on the driving. So it's a similar sort of thing there. There's too many distractions.
That's right. What's also quite good, I don't know if you've seen in chat peeps, but like as we've gone through, you do see a lot of stuff going past. I mean, we've got a 350 here. I've seen a Voyager. I've seen a Transport for Wales service. So obviously I'll have a question about the timetable after I've answered some in the chat. But you know, as we mentioned in the interview, the timetable is quite varied, especially between Birmingham and Wolverhampton, which it's so good to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
So one question is there any cool Easter eggs on this route?
There's I don't know if any of the yourself or any of the other ambassadors have spotted them yet, collectible wise, but there's one collectible in particular, which I think people will quite like. In terms of general Easter eggs, I don't know. I don't really know if people within the dev team have put their own things. We did find, and I don't know which dev this was. It's not there now. See, I mean, you try go looking for it. It's not there. There was a giant carrot underneath Crewe station at one point during development. I don't know why. It swiftly was removed because I don't know why it was there.
How big was this carrot? How big of a carrot was it?
So it was underneath the underneath the track and the station. So like I don't think you could physically get to it anyways on camera.
Wow.
But obviously in the editor we could see it, and it was literally the size of the Crewe station. It was massive. I don't know why it was there. I don't know. Goodness. I don't know if someone was playing a joke or something. But I've seen because. Quite early on in development, obviously Crewe's a massive area, right? So we obviously were very concerned about performance in during development, and we were obviously making optimizations and stuff.
I can imagine a massive carrot's going to definitely eat your frames.
Well, surprisingly, it didn't. But it was one of the things that I really did have to question as to why that was there, to be honest. But yeah, we moved it for just in case it might have had a negative impact on performance, but I don't think it did.
One question I've got now is, you know, you were talking about licensing about the Iron Horses in the interview. Would you have to license a carrot?
I would like to hope not.
Like through Aldi because of like Kevin the Carrot.
Maybe, I don't know. I don't think so.
You can barely breathe, can you, Kate? I mean that's quite fantastic. I mean, I wonder if they've done it if you did it for like, you know, like foliage and greenery and stuff. The actual top, maybe some of this greenery is just top of carrots. Who knows? Who knows?
Never know. You'd have to go in the editor to find out, I think.
Yeah. So what are the actual collectibles? Is it standard sort of stuff like route maps and things like that?
Yeah. There's a lot of. I want people to obviously, especially around especially around Crewe sort of area. Go have a look for yourself. But we were still obviously learning how to make custom collectibles and stuff ourselves. So there is a lot of just your general ones that you would see across different routes, like I think route maps as well.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. I'd have to double check. Obviously the little robot things from West Coast Mainline South.
Yes, yeah, I did spot them.
So yeah, there's a few. There's quite a lot to go and find. Some of them are not at stations either, so you do really have to go looking. I will say that the person who was in charge of placing all the collectibles has done a fantastic job. And put some in some interesting places which you can go and explore and you can go collect them. And I think there's a little bit of encouragement. We do, obviously driving the route's fantastic. Obviously you want to do a bit of guard mode as well. Absolutely, guard mode's a good place to really go and hunt for these collectibles as you're waiting at stations.
Just one quick side note. We were talking about Easter eggs. One of them you can't see on the screen, but there's a bridge near Wolverhampton that's got the All Aboard Studio acronym on it, and also things like the actual bridges have the actual heights. Are they all correct heights? Are they as per reality?
Yes.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I would very much imagine so, knowing our line side artists who did all of the custom bridges as well.
Yeah.
They would be true to real life.
I think that's a really cool feature. It's something quite subtle, but when I spotted that in my first look, I thought that was absolutely fantastic. I was like, it's something subtle, but it kind of like, if the scenery's right and subtle little things like heights of like railway bridges, it really does paint like a picture of how much detail you've put into it. And I think that's one thing I've got to stress is as a first off a player, I may be an ambassador and whatever else, but as a player, those little things, like, although sometimes I may not be bothered and may not be looking for them, if you do see them, it's a really nice addition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just goes back to, like, we want it to, we want to, create a realistic experience. We want to, bringing this, it's such an iconic route as well into the game. We want to make sure that we got as many details right as possible.
Yeah.
And like I said, the line side artist, Nick, very thorough. Many cab rides watched, to say the least, to make sure everything is as correct as possible. So yeah, you'll find a lot of stuff where you can go compare a cab ride to
go
driving
compare. As you said that, did you think that?
Yeah, I knew it as soon as it came out of my mouth. But yeah, you will notice that we've really tried to capture the route as it is in real life.
Yeah.
I mean, there is one, and we'll go back to the 350 thing in a moment. So
on the topic of the 350, do you have any good other services that we could run with the 350? Maybe I'm kind of tempted to go to Crewe after you've mentioned the carrot. So do you know of any good sort of like maybe full line runs or anything like that?
Typically, so I'm trying to remember head codes, but your one Foxtrots and I think it's for full runs. I think one Foxtrot head codes do the full runs.
Yeah, some of them.
I couldn't think of a service in particular off the top of my head.
What I will do as well is I'm going to do a different subclass of 350 as well, just to kind of show them all off.
Yeah, absolutely, go for it.
So there's the 1F ones you said. Do you know which subclass operate those?
I mean, if you want, some of the slash ones do. But I'm just trying to think. I think one Foxtrot ones are the ones that go from Birmingham to Crewe. So if you want to start at Crewe, that might be a different head code.
Yeah. So the 350-1s I've just had a little look at. 1F, 1 Foxtrot. Are there any there? Yeah, I think they are, because they all start from International, do those ones.
Yeah, so you probably want a different one if you want to go from Crewe. There are some slash ones that do go from Crewe down, so
Let's have a look. 1L. I think there might be 1L, possibly. Yeah, they look very. They look very.
I just can't remember. Some of them are the ones that start from Stafford because they come off from Stoke. So I can't remember which ones those are.
Yeah, that's a good one. It confused me actually. I think I asked you about this. Some of the services that say Birmingham New Street to Crewe, but you can only drive them as far as Stafford. That's as per reality, isn't it? Because they're the ones that would go up via Stoke, isn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah,
Yes.
so they would go. So from New Street, Stafford, off to Stoke, and then back into Crewe, which obviously you can't do the Stoke-on-Trent line in this route. And the main reason for that was that's a lot of extra scenery and work, and a lot of extra money that we just did not have. So so that's basically why. I understand that people would have liked to see it. There was obviously a point that we did consider it, but we didn't want to bite off more than we could chew.
Yeah, I think you've chosen a good run, to be honest, because it's not like it's a short route by any stretch of the imagination. It is fairly lengthy. This one, by the way, as well, is done a few stops. So this is like the first sort of full-on run I'm doing on the stream. This one goes through Stafford, Penkridge, Wolverhampton, Cosley. So I think did all the Liverpool Lime Street services do the same sort of stopping patterns?
From what I can remember off the top of my head, yes, they do. So these are the ones as well that will basically what you'll have heading to New Street is you'll have these ones coming from Liverpool.
Yeah.
And then you'll have the one starting at Crewe. And what happens is the one that starts at Crewe that goes off to Stoke and then comes back at Stafford and heads down to New Street. And then these ones, the Liverpool ones, they couple up at New Street and then they head off down south.
Oh, can you see them coupling up?
Yeah.
Ah,
so
sick.
you will have a chance to either do it yourself or AI will do it. If you're just walking around New Street, you will get to see them.
Ah, cool. Remind me at the
yeah.
end of the service because I want to have a little look at that because that's quite a cool little bit of like. You're saying that's like a realistic thing that happened. Well, it must have been. It'd be good to actually show that because things like because you can do that on like the Brighton Main Line, and I think that's like a cool little feature.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, we wanted to obviously, 2019 timetable in particular had services going all over the place. So, doing those coupling movements at New Street was obviously quite a common thing during this timetable.
Yeah.
So obviously we needed to recreate that. And I don't know which way around it is. It might be the service that you're driving now. You might actually be the one coupling up to the other service.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's been so long since I developed the timetable now. So
one thing I'm going to mention is at Crewe. I've seen a lot of comments about it, about the APT. Explain why it's not there. I could explain it, but I genuinely understand the justification. But a lot of people kicked off about that, and I feel like it needs to be stressed why it's not there.
So, fundamentally, as we've said before, Crewe is a very intensive area, and so we had to really pick and choose what gets done because obviously. You've got to add in the fact that the timetable as well, very busy around Crewe area, and so we needed to make sure that the experience for the player was going to be as optimal as possible. And the APT being north of Crewe would have meant a few things. One, it obviously not only would have meant making that model and putting it in, which also then adds to the performance cost. We would have to then model the entirety of the Heritage Centre, and you got to factor in then all the scenery because people are going to want to be able to drive up to the Heritage Centre or walk up to it. So we need to make sure the scenery goes an extra few miles out so it doesn't just randomly cut off. And then that just constantly adds more and more pressure to already a very busy area for performance. And so that was the that was fundamentally that was the reason why we chose to go. Look, this just isn't going to be possible as much as we would have liked to. I did actually, really try and push for it, but it just wasn't going to be workable. I mean, going back to obviously development stuff, what you got to think about is, you're not just producing for one platform, PC, and you already going to have a hard time trying to balance that performance for wide ranges of specs. But there's console as well, and console, you have a limited amount of memory to play with, and obviously Gen 9 consoles are quite powerful, so they can handle a lot, but you don't want to overdo it. That's the big thing. And so we wanted to obviously make sure we could provide a smooth experience as much as possible throughout the entire route, including Crewe. Obviously with Crewe carriage sidings, the freight yard, the LSL depot. There's a lot
is something
there.
we're going past here, isn't it? This is Crewe carriage sidings with the 158.
Yeah, that's right. So obviously along the left is Crewe carriage sidings. Obviously we would pass just a bit further back as we left the station at LSL, and on the right, hidden away behind those trees, is obviously where Basford Hall is as well. So
oh yes, I see it. Oh, there's freight trains in there. Look at that. Ah, sick.
Yeah.
So this is all accessible. You can go through Basford Hall. You can go through the carriage sidings. You can go through all those sorts of places, can't you?
Yeah, and there's a walkable path from. I think it might be from near LSL depot or even the station all the way into Basford Hall, so you can walk down, and it's a fully lit path as well.
Ah, cool.
From what I remember Danny saying. So yeah, the whole area is explorable, and it's a massive area. So when I say go and explore it, because there are collectibles all over the place, so I do mean it. Go and explore it. There's a lot of good stuff there. Obviously for freight as well, obviously all that extra track and stuff that's in there, we wanted to make sure that it's not just empty. So some of the layers are just purely static layers. So just wagons and stuff. Now you can't use those wagons. You could spawn a 66 in and couple up and drive off if you want to. But they're just there to fill out the yard. And if you are on, like, for example, you're on PC and you struggle a little bit of FPS around Crewe, you can turn those static layers off to help with the performance. So we've tried to make sure we cater to as many people as possible. So again, going back to the APT thing, I understand it's a disappointment. We would have loved to have it, but at the end of the day, we have many things to factor when we're doing development across multiple platforms as well, and ultimately, we want the best experience possible. And I have seen comments about why not do, a low poly version of the APT and this, that, and the other. But unfortunately, it's just not as simple as that. Like I said, we'd have to then model the Heritage Centre, and then people ask, well, why can't I walk through the Heritage Centre and all that sort of stuff. So you end up with what we like to call scope creep, and you just end up with this never-ending thing of like, well, okay, let's do this and let's do that, and before you know it, you've modelled the whole entire area of Crewe, in terms of the actual. Is it a town or a city?
I think it's. Do you know what? That's a good question. I think it's a town. I should know this. I did a geography degree, so I should know this. But I think it's a town. I'm going to Google it.
Sure. Yeah, Google's a great place. But anyways, we would end up modelling the entire area, not just the station area and the yards and stuff, but the entire town. So, yeah.
It's a town, thankfully.
There we go then. So we didn't want to model the entire town, which is where, you could very easily go and do. Like, and go do that, but then you good luck with your performance stuff on meeting everyone's performance standards across PC and console and whatnot.
So talking about modelling the town, as I was showing, as you were talking about the APT, you have modelled some significant places like football stadiums. So there's the Crewe Alexandra. Is that the team name, isn't it? The one that's next to the station in Crewe. I don't know if you know much about football.
I know diddly squat about football.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to assume that you're correct.
Yeah,
and I'm sure someone in the chat will say that we're wrong.
so that's I spotted that. So I think it's Crewe Alexandra, and I think it's that team name because this is a really boring fun fact. But my granddad said to me a few years ago. He asked me name me one of the only like 4 teams in the British leagues that has, I think, an X in its name. And obviously Crewe Alexandra has an X in it, so that's the only reason I know of it. But I didn't know it was that close to the station, and I spotted it and I googled it, and I think it is. But from like other bits I've spotted, Molineux, the Wolverhampton, the Wolves Stadium is at Wolverhampton as well.
Yep.
Is there any others? Do you know? Or any other sort of landmarks? So you mentioned like freight yards, and obviously there's Oxley Depot. Soho Depot, things like that. Is there ever any other sort of landmarks you can think of?
Yeah, I was going to say football stadium. I'm not too sure. In terms of other landmarks, so
just general ones.
You got the old station building at Wolverhampton. So that little area there is all custom. So there's the old station. There's I think that there's a hotel building there, which is a premier in real life. I've stayed there before, unfortunately, at Wolverhampton. And then there's also obviously the big tower block, which is I think it's university accommodation.
Yeah, I thought it was that. I did spot it. That's the really tall one, isn't it?
Yeah. So yeah, we wouldn't have, and this is the thing, like stuff like that, we definitely couldn't leave out because it's a way to know that you're approaching Wolverhampton.
Yeah.
Just like obviously going over the viaduct and stuff like that. So, and some people may not think that some buildings are maybe necessary and some others are, but yeah, we got to target, what is definitely 100% going to be seen by the player. So that's a big one. In terms of other landmarks, there's quite a few. I'm just trying to remember a list. You obviously got the arena at Birmingham, so before you enter the tunnel to head into New Street, you've got the arena above.
Yes, that what's the name of that arena now? I should know it because I think I've been to it. What's it called? It's gonna bug me now. I know what you're on about though, because that's just as you exit or enter, depending on which way you come from.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you the exact name, but yeah, that's there. Obviously you've got the depots, so Oxley, Soho, Crewe carriage sidings. So you've got all those, which again, fully explorable. In terms of other landmarks,
I think so. Just going off that, I have a feeling it's the utility arena. I think it's that. There's all sorts of arenas. I know it's near the Sea Life Centre around there.
Yeah.
Someone will know about it.
I've not been to Birmingham enough, so.
You don't want to go.
Just after the last visit, I hate going to Birmingham. No offense to anyone that's from Birmingham, but
it's alright. I think the only person from Birmingham is here, and I'm not offended. That's why I moved. that's why I live halfway up the country. A question about
the abandoned. I've just seen the abandoned Norton Bridge station. That's technically that is another.
Do you want to? Whereabouts is that? I know is that just north of Stafford or around Stafford? I'm not too sure whereabouts that is.
So I always see it as like sort of the, and I'm probably wrong in saying this, but I see it as like that halfway point between Stafford and Crewe. That's how you're halfway there. But again, I could be wrong. Not despite driving this route many times now, I have little to no knowledge of the route in real life. So
I think
sure
we might be coming. Do you know what? I think we might be coming up to it,
You'll know on the Pendo when you're coming up to it because it goes from 125 down to 115 and then back again.
Right. Okay.
And on the route map, you are coming up to it, I believe, just a bit further down. That's definitely another one. Outside of that, I don't know. those are definitely some of the key ones, though, for sure. Yeah, there's so much on this route. Going back to the 350s real quick, because remembering the list. So obviously there's a few things coming post-release. So one of the big things that was picked up on by the lovely community was surrounding the cabs. Some people managed to find a little bit of extra sauce for us to go off, so we've made some amendments to the cabs, which will come post-release.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Train faults, again, post-release. That actually is finished now from development end. I have finished it, just waiting testing and stuff like that, but that's why it's going to be post-release. Obviously, for us, we were developing, this route and stuff alongside them, DTG developing core and the features, so the train faults were the most complex one to try and obviously integrate and get right. And the train fault system, as fantastic as it is, it's really designed for having that in mind from when you're building the train, when you're planning the train from scratch. So if we were to do a new train in the future, we now know that obviously, right, we want to include train faults. What kind of train faults we do? So whereas with the 350s, they're obviously originally built before train faults existed. So we've done what we could and what made the most sense for them, and they will come in the post-release patch. Stuff that will be available for release. Again, obviously, improved suspension, improved the auto brake system. So it used to be 3 miles per hour. It's now 1.5 mile per hour or below for the auto brake system to kick in. So that will mean that if you want to creep towards buffers, or you're trying to go through the train wash or whatever, you'll be able to do that now. So obviously you have a better control over the braking of the train. The emergency plunger is now that's been improved. So if you were to press the emergency plunger, you can recover from it. Obviously train announcements and passenger ambience, that's another thing that's obviously in. So there's a lot of differences, and like I said, there's a comprehensive list which we talked about during the preview stream, and it is also on one of the articles on DTG's website, so you can go and view that. But yeah, we've made a lot of improvements to the train. And look, fundamentally, I get it. No new train, blah blah blah. I understand that some people feel that way, and that's perfectly fine. But at the end of the day, on this route in particular, 350s are the backbone of the West Coast Main Line. And so we didn't want to bite off more than we chew. We didn't want to sit there and go, well, let's build a train from scratch and not actually then be able to do it.
Here's Norton Bridge, by the way. I've spotted it. I found it as a Pendolino's actually racing us, but I found it. It's just near that bit as you go up towards Stoke. So there's Norton Bridge for people that are asking. It's there. So it is there. It's all fully abandoned, and also you can race Pendolino's. So sorry to interrupt you there. There was just a few things that happened in one go there. So so Norton Bridge is there. Sorry, carry on.
No, that's fine. So yeah. The 350s, for at the end of the day, it's, like I said, perfect opportunity for us to really, and especially for me doing all the technical stuff. It can get very complicated very quickly. So wanted to make sure that we can get the fundamentals down. Should we then decide we wanted to make a train from scratch in the future, then we would be able to do that. But honestly, it's such a steep learning curve. Anything in as far as making content for TSW is, but for me, the trains in particular, I'd say is definitely one of the biggest ones, because it just you basically got to look at real life diagrams of all like the electrical components and stuff like that. You've got to really be able to understand how the train operates in real life, because you're essentially recreating that exactly.
That's right. As for the chat peeps, I am reading the chat, and so is Kieran as well. So we are going to try and get as many questions answered. I think this is a really good opportunity, really, to get another insight into this route. As for rail tours, yep, there's rail tours, isn't there? There's 86, 87, I think Flying Scotsman's one, if I've missed any.
Yeah, so you've got 86, 87. So the 86 were the Mat 2s, the 87s were the Mat 3s. You've got the Flying Scotsman, and you've got the Jubilee from Spirit Steam, which is the obviously one that you don't have installed at the moment. But so the Steam ones are more for like your, if I remember correctly, autumn winter time. So yes, you can technically drive them any time of year if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But for
AI,
the sake of how it's set up on the timetable, exactly AI and stuff like that, it is autumn/winter for the Steam rail tours, and then spring/summer for the 86 and the 87. So for me, so obviously, you know, I don't think anyone's asked this question yet, but you know, why the rail tour services that, you know, why have we picked the ones that we've picked? So
yeah,
obviously 86, 87, they ran, you know, they were fundamental trains back in the 80s.
yeah.
So, you know, obviously, you know, it made sense to have them do rail tours on this route.
Yeah. It's also, I think, the first, other than, I think there was going to be some coming to West Coast Mainline South, but I think it's the first electric BR rail tours we've got.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Well, you got the 87 on Mac.
Oh, yes,
I know,
yes,
I know
that's
that
right.
because I did the timetable on Mac, so I put that one in. Outside of that, I'm not too sure. I maybe that is all there is at the moment. Not to say that there might not be more in the future.
Ooh.
From I'm not saying from us. I'm just saying in general. We'll see. We'll see what you know. We'll see what happens.
Tinfoil hats, peeps. You can.
I have no idea. I have no idea if there will be, but
class 66 services, yes. Yeah, there's plenty on there, plenty. But we just saw one leaving Basford Hall a little minute ago.
Yes, there are. You know, I'll come on to the freight in a minute. When I finish up the rail tour thing, but yeah, there's quite a few freight runs. So yeah, going back to the rail tour selections, obviously 86, 87. It would have been stupid not to do rail tours for those. Flying Scotsman, I feel like the Flying Scotsman is just the thing that you have to have a rail tour.
Yeah,
the Flying Scotsman on every route.
100%.
So that way again was like, well, we can't not do it. And then the Jubilee was a sort of a nod to Spirit of Steam. So
yeah, right, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
That was my thinking behind it, behind doing it. You know, it was the first time we ever got Crewe in the game, so it was a nice little throwback to that.
See, that's the reason why it's not installed, is because I don't actually own it on the PC. I do on the PlayStation, which obviously I can't showcase for, well, merely streaming purposes, because I just can't hook up a PlayStation to a PC because I'm stupid. But yeah, I've seen it. I've seen the layer on the PlayStation, so it is there. Just like I say, I don't own it on the PC. But yeah.
I don't know, it might have been quite a while ago in chat, but I did see a question surrounding performance. So I forget who asked it. But yes, performance. We've.
Do you know how to put I'd put an FPS counter on, but I'm also streaming and I don't have that strong of a PC. So please do bear in mind that if you see any like sort of like low performance or anything, I don't have a high-end PC in any way, shape or form. So I've not had, from a personal standpoint, I've not had any issues. Obviously you get the general sort of, and when you first load up a route, the sort of general like as it's caching in, but you get that on every single route. That's more of a core thing, not to do with the route itself. But after that, it's quite smooth, to be honest.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly that. We've not been made aware of performance issues that would obviously impact people's experience on the route.
I think naturally, the sort of only ones you could. I think the only places where you're going to have maybe some frame issues are like your busiest parts of the routes, realistically. But even Birmingham runs pretty well, and that's,
Yeah, I mean,
that's heaving.
I guess, you know, at the end of the day, it just comes to the time of day or whatever. We've never seen the FPS drop below 30
Yeah,
during testing. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, you can, the minimum to hit across all platforms is 30 FPS. Obviously, the stronger, like PC is different. It's very hard to really set a baseline, but because of different, you know, different hardware combinations and so forth. But console, especially, like you have a minimum baseline to hit, and that's 30 FPS. And we've not been made aware. And I actually have Xboxes that I especially lately I've been driving the route on, and performance has been perfectly fine. So you shouldn't suffer any issues. Obviously, it's something that we will always monitor. You know, obviously being first release as well, we definitely want to make sure that people are able to enjoy the route and are not having serious performance issues. It's something that we'll keep an eye out on. But from our knowledge and from all the videos, and obviously yourself today, Richie, as well, everyone has said that the performance is pretty good. I think there was one ambassador that was having some stuttering issues along the whole route, but whether that's just the standard, you know, Unreal shader compilation thing, or you know, something else. I think it is just the shader compilation, because we've not really run into it that much ourselves. But obviously, again, we will continue to monitor that, and if there are any issues, we'll try and see what might be causing that. But typically, I mean, what Matt does, he'll fly around the whole route, back and forth a few times to make sure the shaders are compiled.
yeah.
So obviously that's a little trick that you can do. It's very reliant on core, not necessarily the route itself.
Yeah, that's what I
real...
was saying. It's not down to the route. Like, as you can see, as we're going along, there is a few stutters, but that's because I've mainly played on the PlayStation. Obviously, I've done some recording on this, but it's still just doing a little bit of caching because I've only done a couple of services on the PC. So
yeah,
obviously, as you go on, that's just a core thing, and everyone knows that by now. So it's not performance related to the route at all.
no, that absolutely. Obviously, Crewe's quite intensive, but again, should be fine. Especially on console. Again, we've not seen drops below 30 FPS at Crewe. So obviously, one of the big reasons we dropped Gen 8 was essentially because we couldn't hit a level where it was going to be. It just wouldn't have felt right. We got to a level of performance with Gen 8 that was good, but that meant also cutting the timetable way back. And
I also think that, like, Gen 8, realistically, I genuinely think Gen 8 should be done now for Train Sim Mod. If, in my opinion, like, I think Gen 8 should have been done at least Train Sim Mod 4 days, because I feel like, and you've probably experienced this yourself, if you have to adhere to a Gen 8 timetable, you have to hold back the route so much.
Well, I mean, you're only really holding it back for those on that platform. Everyone else will essentially get, the full product. But
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, though,
in
in the sense that, like, if you had to make it for Gen 8, you'd have to hold it back so much and wouldn't be able to do it to its full potential. But like you say, because the Gen 9 and the PC are a lot more powerful and reliant, realistically, you're able to push it to that extra limit. And I feel like that's what you should be doing instead of making a route that will work on Gen 8 as well as Gen 9. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like you want to make it to the best of its ability, and if that means dropping Gen 8 on a piece of hardware that is 14 years old now, I think that's fair enough. I genuinely don't see an issue with that, and I think it's not great because there's still a percentage of players that won't be able to play it. But I say to those players, it's time to upgrade. Personally.
No, I mean, look, at the end of the day, I can understand the reason why DG still support it. I mean, obviously there are still players on Gen 8, and consoles are only they just keep getting more and more expensive. So I can understand it, but at the same time, you know, from a developer standpoint, you know, we have to sit there and go, you know, do we really want to release a lesser version of the product for one platform? You know, because we can't set a different price as well, like for per platform. It has to all be, you know, uniform. It all has to be the same price.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if Gen 8 are paying the same price as Gen 9 or PC, but getting a lesser product, that's not really fair. And even after all the cutbacks and stuff on Gen 8, we were still finding some issues, especially around Crewe area. So it just didn't make sense to put that support in. And I did look, at the end of the day, we would have loved to, and obviously to the people on Gen 8. You know, obviously, sorry, we did try.
But I don't genuinely think the fact that it's not on Gen 8 is a bad thing, because in my point of view, like, this route's very busy, and if it wasn't, how do I put this? In order for it to make it realistic, it needed to be as busy as it is, and I feel like if you was to cut it back, people would have complained about it being cut back for Gen 8. So I feel like you've done the right thing by it being able to put it onto the best, you know, the most appropriate platforms.
Yeah, 100%. And look, at the end of the day, you know, as far as, you know, what platforms do we choose to release it on and stuff, it is kind of, it's a 50-50 decision between us and DPG and all that sort of stuff. And, you know, like I said, we have to sit there, we have to think about how we're going to be able to, you know, meet expectations for performance and make sure all players across all platforms have a great experience. And so there's a lot to consider.
Yeah.
But look, going back to performance, Gen 9 PC, there's not been any issues. It should run great. Again, for the initial first few runs, you might have those stutters and stuff, and like I said, that's just a core thing, mainly with Unreal Engine, not so much TSW. After a few runs, just like with any other release, you should see it smoothing out and those stutters go away.
This one of your favourite stations on the route.
Oh, Anchorage. Yes, gotta love Anchorage. Little inside joke. I can't remember if it made the interview.
No.
I can't remember if we talked about it. So.
No, but
okay.
I know,
there we go. I'm not going to say it either.
I know you mentioned it though. Another question I've seen. I've seen a few questions. You might not be able to answer these, but one question I really liked was, if there's any upcoming routes, obviously you can't say, but after completing the route, have you changed any goals or achievements for future projects? So essentially, is there anything that you do? Have you kind of learnt what you do differently and what you've learnt? Like, I mean, naturally you're going to be able to learn from what you've already done, but have you approached any future projects differently after doing this one?
Well, let's face it. Who's to say we're even working on anything else?
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. But
no, if we were to make something else, you know, we'll say that so people you can speculate all you want. If we were to make something else, yes, there are things we would do differently.
Yeah.
100%. You know, some of us obviously we've done development in TSW before, and we've learnt various things. But doing this project in particular, we've learnt so much, so much. And look, obviously. You know, I'll say credit to the entire team, who, you know, alongside, you know, Danny as well, and Shannon and Nick. There's quite a few people on the team. I couldn't remember all the names. Glad Danny could. There's a lot of people on the team that, you know, have worked on this that have been fantastic, and obviously people who are not necessarily part of the team but still help. So Johannes, obviously, big one. Josh Rubio, who did some of the clutter stuff around New Street. He obviously helped. You know, there's been various people that have worked on this project that have done a fantastic job. And you know, we brought people in as this project was developing, which had challenges in itself. So people like Sam came into the project a bit later on. Obviously, Sam, as you know, does all of the train outside, and he does stuff with sounds. As you know, we obviously helped with the 802 on Riviera for sounds. So and you will see that at some point with the 805. So he worked on the sounds and stuff from that. So there's been a lot of challenges, a lot of things that has come up along the way that we do now sit there and go, if we were to do something else after the 805, whatever that may be, yes, there's things that we would do differently, and not just from development, stuff like with testing and stuff as well. Starting testing, you know, internally, starting testing earlier, so that we can make sure that testing is happening at the same time as the production of the route, because it means things are more likely to get fixed rather than, you know, you get all the way through development essentially is the normal case, and then testing sort of happens, and that's, you know, then you've got to try and prioritize what's going to be fixed now, what is going to be fixed later. You know, there's a lot more things to juggle as you get later down the development process. So yes, there's so much that we are looking at. You know, if we were to do something in the future, how would we do this differently? And should something come up and we decide yes, we're going to do something, yeah, we know what we would change and how we would go about doing that.
Yeah, I must stress when I said about like any future projects, that's very much hypothetical. So, you know.
Well, we just don't know. I mean, everyone can sit here now and say the route's amazing, then no one actually buys it, and we're all out of jobs. So I hope that's not the case. But
that's there's very realistic impacts to things like this that I don't think the general players think about. But it's sort of like you've got to think of it, and it's like, well, yeah, if it's a flop, you can't do another. So, no. But I don't think it's going to flop. I genuinely think this is quite a strong release. There was a few other questions as well. So things like, I don't know whether you'll be able to know this, but like there's Class 90 coming from ATS as mentioned in the roadmap, October roadmap. Do you know if that will come onto this at all?
I mean, look, it's just been announced, so who knows when that will obviously release. There is no plans at the moment to layer on additional content onto the timetable.
Yeah, that's
but
more.
I guess you never know.
Yeah, that's more of a question because I saw it, but I at this stage, because it's only just been announced, I don't even think like ATS know what's going to happen with it either. So, best question.
Look, all I will say is that this timetable is very delicate, and you know, one small change could immediately break everything, and would then mean I'd be spending hours
fixing it,
upon hours, getting it, you know, back to a state where it sim. So obviously, quick sidetrack here, but timetable, you obviously put all the services in, and then you run a sim, which basically is like an automated testing thing to check that they all go to the right place, they all run on time, etc.
Yeah.
I believe DTG did a tutorial about how to make a timetable a long time ago now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, go have a look.
Is that Simigraph? Am I right?
No. So Simigraph's train stuff.
Right.
When I say sim, it's just a simulation of the timetable.
Right. Okay.
So it's like an automated test. And it runs. This timetable runs on my PC for about an hour and a half, from midnight to midnight, making sure all the services work, and that's all it is in its simple way of describing it. So yeah, I developed this timetable as new content was being added as well, like all the way up to obviously, if you've seen the Voyager. So it was constant adding through the process. So in terms of, you know, not just the 90, but anything new coming, who knows? I don't know. There's no plans at the moment. What does DTG like to say? If it's not on the roadmap,
it's not happening. There
exactly.
you go.
So take it as that for now, and we'll see.
There's a few other questions I saw. I don't know if there's any other questions you want to address before I pull another one out. Just a general hello to everyone that's come into the chat, by the way. And for those that have jumped into the stream whilst Kieran's been talking, this is Kieran. He's from All Aboard Studios. He's one of the developers of the route. Your main stuff is timetable stuff, isn't it? And stuff like that. So any timetable questions, best person right here. But yeah, for those that don't know who this is Kieran. And he's...
Well,
go on, sorry.
Ask me anything. My job roles go from timetable to train technical to station technical to QA to lighting to other stuff. I've got a long list of stuff that I've done on this route. So as long as it's not scenery related, I couldn't tell you that.
There you
I'm
go.
not very good at scenery.
One question for me. Who do I think is going to be the F1 2025 champion? I think it's going to be Max Verstappen. Are you into F1 at all?
No, I don't watch it.
Are you a sports?
you
don't. Are you much of a sports person?
Not really, but I also think that's because I don't really have time for anything but development nowadays. So, I spend pretty much every waking hour in some form of development of things or
just
QA
just
or
a quick
whatever.
Side note as well. Molyneux over there. There you go. Just over there. You can't see it yet. You'll see it in 20 seconds. But obviously the lovely little stadium that is one of my rivals. Sorry, carry on as you were saying.
Oh, it's fine. I don't really get up to much precise development nowadays. I still play games and stuff like that, obviously. But for thinking about that stadium, I did see a lot of people doubting that it was even in. To the point where I was like, I'm sure we put it in, but now I can't remember, and I don't want to say if we had and we haven't. So
100% there. I couldn't tell you if it's right or not because it's Wolves, and I, quite frankly, being a Villa fan, don't care about Wolves. Another little side note, I'm going to quickly fly on over here because there's Oxley Depot as well, which is towards my old stomping ground of Telford. I think that's right, isn't it? It's the line that goes up towards Shrewsbury that Oxley's on, I think.
Yeah, that's right.
Hello, Mega Sim, how you doing? I hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Also a fellow ambassador who's done plenty of content on this. How are you finding this route? So I keep going. Oxley's quite a distance away from Wolverhampton, isn't it?
It's a little bit of a trek to get down there. Yes.
Here you go. So obviously with Oxley you can get Pendolinos out in the morning, drive them in towards Wolverhampton, and do services from there, can't you?
Yeah. So I have seen questions about this on Discord. I'm pretty sure we have answered. So with Oxley, yes, you could do movements, and yes, you could walk around it and everything and all that good stuff. However, we couldn't have the 390s just all sit there between midnight and 4 a.m., which is typically when they're all there, because the 390 is quite heavy on performance. So the way it works is it'll run in batches. So you'll be able to, say at like the end of the night, you can run a 390 from or New Street or Wolverhampton into Oxley, drop that off, and then what it will do is it'll then go into a poll so that it's not just taking up performance.
Yeah.
We did try to have all the 390s just sit there. There's 14 of them that sit there on the timetable normally, and let's just say the FPS was not great, even on my PC. And I have a Ryzen 9 7900 X3D, 5080, and then tons of SSD storage.
You get into bits that I don't understand. I've got like a vague knowledge of like computers and stuff, but yeah,
very high end PC.
Yeah, I can imagine, especially for dev work, because the Unreal Engine, is it's quite CPU demanding, isn't it? I say quite, as in like if I tried running it on a laptop, it would not work unless I had a really beefy laptop.
Yeah, I mean, look, it depends what you're doing on Unreal Engine. But typically, yes, you do need quite strong hardware. Just the same as any sort, whatever game engine you worked in would be typically the same. Well, modern game engine, I'll say, it would be typically the same. You need quite high-end hardware, and that's mainly because, in game, it only loads certain distance of the map at a time, whereas in the editor you can customize that freely, and you tend to, like, the default state is you have a much longer range of tiles loaded, so the scenery goes back a lot further and stuff like that. Obviously all the shaders are not they're not pre-compiled at all, so they have to obviously cook and stuff. And then stuff like light baking. Light baking is very CPU intensive. So yeah, you do need very strong hardware to do the development process. You can do it on like a more mid-range PC, but just then obviously expect it will take longer to do things. So if you want to learn obviously how to development, and you've only you've got decent PC, but it's considered more like mid-range sort of spec, you can still learn to do development. Absolutely. You'll just find that it'll be a bit longer to load things and do certain things.
Just on a side note, silly little things. I've only just spotted it, but people walking on paths. This sounds really ridiculous, right? But you'll see in a few seconds, you've actually got people walking about the map, like just going about the business. I spotted that with the canals, but you've got stuff down there, and that's silly little things like that. That's fantastic because it kind of feels like the root's actually living and breathing. I've only just spotted that. That's fantastic.
Absolutely. This section in particular was done by Johannes. So between Wolverhampton and Birmingham was Johannes, and yeah, he's done a fantastic job of doing stuff like for the general scenery, and then having people walk by and stuff like that. And yes, there will be a comment going, well, what about Jesus walking on the water of Wolverhampton? Oh, yes, we've seen it, and we
a giant carrot on the water. You need
just a person. Jesus is living in Wolverhampton, apparently.
You need to have Jesus riding a carrot on the water.
Oh my god. Yeah, so that's I believe already been fixed, awaiting post-release patch. So yeah, there's little things like that, sure, but yeah, the overall it's been very well done. And Johannes did a fantastic job. And again, like because I'd seen comments about this on Discord. I think it might have been after the previous stream where people assumed that Johannes was part of the team, in the sense that he would work with us on future projects. Johannes is very much still his own independent third party, and he's still gonna, no doubt, he'll probably want to do his own stuff in the future. And yes, he helped on this route, but he's a very busy person. So I think he's going to be doing his own stuff in the future. Who knows? We'll see. But yeah,
just
he's
a few.
Not part of that core team, I guess, is the right way to say it.
Just some general comments. So Transport for Wales, yes, you can do them in the timetable. They actually operate services I'm quite familiar with. They'd go realistically to Aberystwyth. Then there's HSTs. There isn't any HSTs in the timetable, and I don't think they would be because they don't run there anymore. There used to be the cross country. There used to be the cross country HSTs, but they're not in game, are they? So.
Well, cross-country HSTs never ran to Manchester, so you'd never actually be able to drive them.
Right, there you go.
At least to what I know of. I could be wrong. Cross-country HSTs, mainly, they purely stuck to the East Coast Main Line, so that would mean they would go out of New Street south, rather than go north up to Wolverhampton and so forth. But no, they're not in. Transport for Wales, as you said, yes, they're in, represented by the 150s and the 153s. No, there's no Transport for Wales 158. That would purely be down to whether Skyhook wanted to make one, as my understanding is.
Yeah.
Or for someone to obviously do it in either partnership with Skyhook, or maybe to build a model themselves and do it from scratch. Who knows? But no, they're not in game either.
No.
390. I will say, because this was asked a lot in the previous stream, and I've seen it on a lot of videos as well. At least one or two videos about comments about why is there no announcements on the 390. The simple answer is it's not our train.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, that's one I'd stress. Yeah, so just to kind of clarify, peeps, like announcements aren't like retrofitted into all the trains. The trains need to be built with announcements in them, I'm pretty sure. It's not something that kind of seamlessly happens. So things like the Class 390 and any layers on this route, they are as they would be from the route's release. So, for example, the 390s from West Coast Mainline South, that will have its Train Sim World 5 features. Other things like the 150s, again, that's another situation where that came with Train Sim World 5, so it have Train Sim World 5 features. So those trains, so things like 150s, 153s, 390s, it'd actually be down to Dovetail to update them, update those trains. Whether that would work for layers, I don't know. I don't have the technical knowledge for that. But you know, the train that's core to the route, that basically if you used to pick this up without any layers whatsoever, you will get the announcements on the core stuff, i.e. the 350s. I think it's just the 350s that are core to this, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
But everything else, except for the Voyager, the reason why the Voyager's got it because it's a Train Sim World 6 train and it's been built with Train Sim World 6 features. So that isn't to do with, there's not any cutbacks. That is just fundamentally, you can't go through and you can't retrofit the 390s with announcements. That's just not how it works. So that's why. That's one thing. Do we have a list of faults? Is that the train faults? Are they the core ones? So is that like door faults and things like that?
I don't have a list to hand.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, don't expect anything super fancy because I had such a short time to learn the system obviously for the 350s. So I don't remember exactly what the list is. Try and find it at some point, but I don't have it to hand right now.
Good question about the Voyagers. Does that actually have announcements on this route? I'm pretty sure it does. I think I've heard it. Yeah. I think I've heard them. But yeah, there you go. It does. So we will. I tell you what. Should we do a Voyager run after this, just to kind of have a listen to it?
I don't think anyone's done a Voyager run yet. I could be wrong.
I have recorded a Voyager run. The way I upload stuff, I spend way too much time editing, so I've got a video coming out. I actually have a video coming out Wednesday on the Voyager, and I've got a video coming out on Friday with the Pendolino. Just because of my time, I couldn't edit all in time for ready for today. But there is a Voyager Voyager video coming out from me. I'm pretty sure some of the other ambassadors will have them, but the plan is I'm going to showcase some of the layers after we've done a few 350 runs. I'm also going to be streaming again Wednesday, peeps. So if you've still not picked it up, I don't know why you wouldn't want to pick it up. You need to pick this up. This is a vital route for anyone. And I'm not just saying that because one of the developers is sat on the other end of the microphone. I'm going to be streaming it again on Wednesday. So if there's any layers you want to see, we'll probably do more of a layer focused stream on Wednesday. To be honest, this is kind of showing more what's core. But we will do a Voyager. Any particular service you can think of? Or just free reign?
I'm just trying to think one where you really get to say probably like an early morning one.
Yeah.
I think there's like between 6 and 7 a.m. because that's when you'll start to see a lot of stuff coming from depots. You really see the route quite busy. Or you could do a bit of a later evening one.
Yeah. Megasim, I think the faults are just the base ones, because like Kieran mentioned, they kind of came in as those sorts of features were developing as you were developing the route. So it's sort of like, am I right in saying that it's the sort of base ones that you'd kind of come to expect? Things like
there's definitely a couple of base ones in there. I just can't remember what was the final draft because there was potentially a couple of custom more custom stuff done. with the 350 in mind, but I couldn't. Yeah, I can't remember for certain what ended up making the final cut.
Just going to quickly clarify. Someone said about a Class 47 pack. So Slater, that isn't a pack. That's not an official pack. That's a mod coming from On Track Sim. Is it On Track Simulation? Whatever they're called. So yeah, that's a mod that's coming to PC. It's not an official product. So yeah. I just saw loads of comments come through, and I thought something was said, but then I kind of clocked on what was being said. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, I'll try and find out, but I don't know, because it's not finalized still yet. It's still got to be tested, so
yeah,
I don't want to promise something.
Oh yeah, sorry, yeah, you did say you didn't have a list. My bad. Yeah, I'm repeating myself.
No, it's all right.
Yeah, so just expect. You know what you could do? The tag expect the unexpected.
We did that a few times on the previous stream.
That's gonna be the tagline for pretty much everything, isn't
it? It's true. You know, at the end of the day, you never know what we're gonna do next, and you know, now that I've got a much better understanding of the train fault system as well, in particular, like the announcement system, the same. There's things with the announcements which DGG very kindly helped us on. Making sure that we got everything done, because again, very short turnaround on it to get these features in.
The announcements have been received well. Even Maker Simi said like the announcements are really good. Like I've done quite a lot of runs on the PlayStation between Birmingham and Wolverhampton, because of course I have. I'm a brummie. I didn't really venture much out of Wolverhampton, I won't lie, because you can spend a long time on just the Wolverhampton to Birmingham section. In a way, it's kind of its own route, because there's loads of you can do there. Obviously, you can venture out with the Pendolinos if you really want to, but you know you want to stay in the Black Country. But anyway, in that section, the announcements, especially in the Smethwick area, they don't stop. Like you leave Roll Street, and then the announcements coming straight through for Galton Bridge, and then straight away for Samuel and Dudley. It is constant, and as you obviously know, Birmingham New Street, they are constant, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, look, this particular section between Wolverhampton and Birmingham is a very intensive, very busy corridor of traffic, with your local stoppers to your semi-fast to your expresses. There's all sorts going on, and then once you get north of Wolverhampton, it does change pace quite a bit.
Yeah.
You can pick up speed, so you know, remember what you're driving. So 350, you can go up to 110. If you're driving 390 or a Voyager, then it's 125. Like, you really pick up speed, and it just create a totally different experience. And I feel like, in a way, we wanted to give something, especially as our first route, where we catered to sort of everyone in a way, or as many people as possible, and I do feel like we delivered that. I did see a question. What is your favourite part about making the route, and is there a cucumber featured on the route? Well, considering we got rid of whatever giant carrot was placed at Crewe, no, would be the answer to the cucumber question.
I think also a cucumber is an 802, isn't it? So far too north.
If there was an 802 running up this way, GWR 802 running up this way, then that would be maybe me getting questioned about my sanity for the timetable. In terms of favourite part of making the route, to be honest, like I said, there's been a lot that we've learned, which has obviously been fantastic. But I think the one thing, and this is going to be kind of corny saying this, but it's been the people that have joined the team to help get this, and meeting all these new people and working alongside them. And I think the most rewarding thing is sitting here, you know, it's like 6 months of development and a little bit longer in QA, roughly. And we're now sitting here with the product going out, and you know, that in itself, it's obviously very scary. Going, oh my god! But for many of us, it's you know, it's first time seeing a product go out the door and seeing it not just go on PC but on console as well. I feel like, you know, I'm sure people will go, why is console a big deal? But you know, in terms of what, you know, releases something on PC you have much more of like a sort of free market to release. I'm not talking TSW, I'm talking in general. You can release stuff on PC a lot easier than you can console.
Yeah,
Console's a lot harder to
yeah,
release.
there's a lot more certification and stuff like that. Like,
Yeah.
if you, this is why, like, on Steam you can just upload any old game, anything at all, little indie games, whatever. But to actually upload onto console, the consoles are a lot more strict, and this is why you don't get mods on consoles either. When people say, "Oh, we want to see, like, you know, PC timetable mods and whatever on console," the reason being is because you can't, because the PlayStation, Sony, Microsoft, they don't allow that on their consoles. But like you say, there's a lot more free reign with PC, so that's just one thing I wanted to mention.
Yeah, absolutely, and so it's also a big deal in that sense. Like, you know, people, you know, not so much now. TSW has got to a point where people don't really talk about it as much, but you used to have a lot of TS Classic versus TSW, and TSW has such a bigger player base.
Oh yeah,
because it's
100%.
on so many more platforms. You know, it's the first time for DTG, you know, to do that as well. Since, you know, since starting TSW, obviously going onto consoles and not just being a Steam only product, and has brought a lot of benefits along the way, but also a lot of challenges. But yeah, so it's a big deal to sit there and go, you know, and for a lot of us, you know, this will hopefully, you know, become a full-time career. You know, this first product that we're putting out to the masses, and yeah, we're very proud of that. And you know, I don't think there's one thing in particular I'd say, yeah, you know, that I really enjoyed that, because I've enjoyed the whole process. As much as it's been challenging at times and been stressful, it's still been good. There's, you know, you learn a lot from doing it, and hopefully we can, you know, do more of it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
I really like that answer. And one answer I really liked in the interview was when Danny said 11-year-old him playing FIFA never would have thought that one day you'd be making a game for the PlayStation. Like, that really hit me hard when he said that, because I was like, damn, that, you know, when you're a third party, yeah, sure, it's like, it's a DLC, but it's still a game, and it's still a pretty sick, because I've always said that each route is its own game, because it's its own experience. And you look at some games and they have like an hour or two of playability, whereas TSW routes have hours and hours and hours of playability, more than some standalone games. So in a sense,
absolutely.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's like, it's just a mad thing to think about that now you've got that achievement of, I've made something that's on a PlayStation 5. And that's
for me it's Xbox, because you know, I did have a PlayStation 1, but after that I had an Xbox. I grew up playing Halo. That was like the main game that I played growing up, and now to sit there and be like, I'm releasing something on a console, you know, I essentially grew up with, is crazy. And you know, the other thing as well, building an Unreal Engine, you know, the game industry as a whole is collectively, you know, adopting Unreal Engine, because there's so much you can do with it, which means if for whatever one reason, let's say I, you know, decided one day, I'm not saying this is the case, don't take it this way, but if I was to decide one day I didn't want to do TSW development anymore for whatever reason, I could go get another job in the game industry, as long as they were working within Unreal Engine, and you know, chances are I'd still be able to pick up stuff the same way and do the same sort of techniques as I would have been doing in TSW, and so it creates a lot of opportunity. And you know, I don't think a lot of people talk about this, but if you know, you are interested in games development, you're also interested in TSW, TSW has an easier way than most to get into it.
Yeah.
And when you're working on something you enjoy as well, you know, trains, that's what we're all here for. You know, you'll have a better time learning and understanding stuff, and you'll end up in a position where one day you could be potentially doing the same thing. So, you know, and there's lots of third parties always looking for people to help. So, you know, always keep an eye out for that. Or if you do want to go your own way, then obviously, you know, do your own third party stuff, and you want to do it with friends that also have that same level of passion and understanding, and go for it.
I've just jumped into Birmingham New Street because I'm going to very quickly just let some trains go about their business, because if you don't mind, I'm just going to very quickly pop to the toilet but then do a Voyager run. So if are you still okay to down for a little bit?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll
Excellent.
probably go to the toilet once you're back, but I'm happy to carry on whilst...
Do you have any specific times to jump into New Street when it's its most busiest, just so we can see?
5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay, I'll do that. I was just kind of guessing a time, but I think yeah.
5 p.m. the announcements never stop, so absolutely sit there and enjoy, because you'll get a feel for how busy it gets as well.
What I'll do is I'll jump in at 5 o'clock, and then whilst that's happening, if you've got any more questions, peeps, you know, chuck them our way, and then if you're okay answering some questions whilst I'm quickly fiddling, and that'll be all good. How you doing, Paul, by the way? Yeah, thank you all for coming in, by the way, and showing some support for this through. And if you've got any questions, please do fire them away, because this is a really good insight. I think this is fantastic, because like I could try and guess about certain things, but you're hearing it from the developer themselves, and I think that's a really good thing to do. Announcements. Where's the best place to stand for announcements?
Anywhere within the platform level at New Street, probably like in the actual interior bit would probably get the most sense out of it.
I'll stand there with a 350 in shot. Right then, I'm going to very quickly pop to the toilet, but if you've got any questions, shoot them towards Kieran, and I'll be right back. So yeah, won't be a second.
Yes, ask away, unless it's asking if what we're going to produce next. I'm going to tell you that if it's not on the roadmap, then it's not planned until whatever you're saying is. But yeah, feel free to ask anything. Well, I'm glad that you sold on the route already. I really do hope that when you pick it up tomorrow, you do enjoy it. And again, we'll be obviously keeping an eye on social media, forums, etc. to see how everyone's finding it. We're looking at the positivity. If there's any negativity, we'll obviously take that in as well and see what we can potentially do to improve things. That is A-okay. West Midlands Railway service to Lichfield Trent Valley. It's the best temperature for Birmingham New Street. There is no. My PC gets very hot when doing light baking. So I don't know, whatever my PC temperature gets to, I guess. It's very. There's been points over the summer months where it was getting really hot. So yeah. Just tell us you're making an Australian route. I wish I could say that. I don't think we are. You never know. Who knows what could happen? Expect the unexpected. Yeah, no plans of what content we're making yet. We'll see what happens. Is there any traffic for Galton Bridge for the Snow Hill lines? So it was considered, but unfortunately not, because it will use more memory, and you won't. It'll be quite hard to actually time it to a point when you're going to see it potentially. I will keep an open mind on it. I may revisit it and see if it's something that we can do. Just using the West Mids 170s as a sort of stand-in, but yeah, no at the moment, unfortunately. was this route your first choice? Yes, it was. We decided on this route because it gives different layers of playability. You know, whether you like commuter runs, whether you like fast-paced runs and stuff like that. That was the main reason behind it. It made the most sense to do. Gave us a bit of a challenge as well. We wanted a bit of a challenge going into it. And I really wanted another route where you could get a really good run out of 350 and the 390. So it kind of fell in line as being a good choice to go for. If you and the team had more time to work on the route, would there be anything else you'd change? If we had more time on the route, would there be anything else that would change? Me personally, I'd say the only thing is that, you know, it would mean, I guess, that, you know, we could maybe look a little bit, spend a bit more time with the, like, announcements and, you know, all the core features and stuff like that, and see what else we could do with them. But not really, at least not what I can think of at the top of my head at the moment. I think if we had a little bit more time, we'd obviously would have loved to make sure that we had nailed down any last minute bugs and stuff, but to be honest, with game development, there's always game bugs, so is that unrealistic? Who knows? But no, in terms of additions and stuff like that, I don't think so. I think, well, I'm in a very happy place. I know the rest of the team is, and it seems like the majority of the community is as well, and that's the important thing. So. Do you know how many rail tour services the Jubilee Flying Scots community has? 687 have? So I believe there's a minimum of 4, obviously, because there's one for each type. But I think a couple of them have like a return journey as well. So I'd say a maximum of 6, but I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's been a little bit. Trying to see any other questions. That stretch between Keys. Well, technically that's not the final stretch, is it? As far as the West Coast Main Line goes, I mean, I guess if you're on about connecting Milton Keynes, well, no, because you'd have there's technically the Trent Valley Way if you were to go that way as well. So there's a couple of different options, but who knows?
Oh my goodness gracious me! I've been holding that since Stafford.
Well, I think it's a perfect opportunity. You can now see how busy it is. You've got 390 coming in, you've got 350. I think there's something behind us as well. You've got a Voyager over there.
Yeah, I can hear it very loudly. I apologise. I came upstairs and all I could hear was the game, and I thought, my goodness, he's going to be drowned out by the sound of Voyagers. But they are noisy, well noisy.
Yeah, well, you know, funnily enough, during the development of Voyager, obviously we were putting the Voyagers in on this route around the same time, and the Voyager being in this station particularly gave an opportunity to give a lot of feedback on, you know, the sounds and making sure it was loud enough and stuff like that, because obviously New Street, you've got loads of Voyagers coming in and out, and the Voyagers in particular really add to the atmosphere of the station. So yeah.
Just with that in mind, we're gonna do a Voyager run. Methinks.
Days.
Did you think of any good ones?
No, I don't know.
There's one that's New Street to Stafford first thing in the morning. That might be possibly.
That might be the one to go for.
That's quite a quick one as well. I'm gonna do that.
If you do it, you can do it in October. You probably get a bit of see a bit of the nighttime lighting as well.
Oh yeah, okay. That's yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. What sort of weather do you want me to do as well? What's best?
do
What's
whatever
what's
you
best to
want.
show off your hard work at New Street?
Listen, you can do whatever you want. I think people have seen the full detail of New Street. I like to go if it's a dark run, a nighttime run. I like to go maximum cloud, half wind, full wetness, a little bit of rain, and a little bit of fog.
Ooh.
That's what I normally do. But it's up to you. I don't mind what you do.
I always go summer light clouds. That's how I do it.
Fair enough.
But we've gone.
It changes. It depends on the time of day and stuff. I have preferences for different times of day and year and stuff like that.
Here we go.
Speaking of which, weather. There's apparently there's a bit off topic. There's a new mod or something that's come out.
Is this the real time?
Like a live weather, live weather system.
I've seen that.
Which...
I did see that. That looked quite interesting. Here's one for you peeps. Tinfoil hat time. Maybe a future feature, possibly. That'd be sick. I know it's a mod, but that'd be a really cool future feature.
It would be great to have it as a new feature. I'm not too sure what the technical reason is behind why it hasn't been done already, but it would be fantastic to see. I think live weather really is nice. But yeah, I think like you could do like it finds the weather like for example this time table set in 2019 it will find the correct weather for that year.
Yeah.
At the time of day and stuff that you're selecting. Very smart stuff.
Just a little side note, 350s, so they don't say Notting anymore, they say LNR, which is good.
That's great. So if they're running as ECS movements, I mean there's still a core bug at the moment with Train PIS. It's not a 350 bug, but if it's running as ECS movement, it's at LNR. Obviously, the core bug at the moment is that some trains will show as it's not in service when it actually is. So not a 350 bug. I did look into it, and it is a core bug that I believe has been looked into. Last time I remember.
I love these PIS boards. Oh, can we take a moment to talk about what are these called? TDEUs, the cabinets.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So these are, if I'm right in saying, are like dispatcher panels, in a way.
Yeah.
Is that right? Let me make sure I lock my doors. Yeah, so they are, and these are functional, aren't they?
Yeah, they're functional. So the way that they work, as soon as the signal clears, you can press the button and it will give the right of way. If obviously the signal is at danger, it won't do anything. If a button isn't pressed at all, then after roughly, I think it's about 12 seconds, the right of way will come on automatically. So yeah, we had plans to sort of do a dispatching scenario at New Street, which was why they were made functional, but unfortunately we just didn't have time to get that in.
Oh, they're called. Do you know what? I've had a little glance at them, but I've only just spotted there's 7A and 7B, because obviously they're split up platforms, aren't they? That's so cool. So is there something like either side as well?
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Obviously got your route hopping point there as well. Don't forget about. Oh, I'm outside the station. Bear with me. Yeah, so you got your route hopping point. You got them sort of things. Is there any other sort of like bits at New Street that I've not mentioned? Oh, actually, one thing I have spotted. You've changed some of the signage, haven't you, to say "Welcome to Birmingham New Street"? That's different, isn't it?
I believe so.
Yeah, because
I wasn't the person that did like the colour stuff. That was someone else for this particular station. But I believe that is different.
Someone said they wanted to see their Voyager going to Southampton Central. There you go. You could spend an absolute age running around New Street. Is there any changes up here? I don't imagine so. The concourse hasn't changed. Obviously, like I say, it's the similar model to Cross City, isn't it? So,
yeah, same model.
I love it. I absolutely love it. It's beautiful. It's very nice.
No more glowing benches.
Yes, no more glowing benches. That's one thing I asked you.
Everyone kept going on about.
Yeah, I was like, oh yes, no more glowing benches.
Someone will find one now, though. I bet. I guarantee there'll be one somewhere that I've missed. No, I don't think I've missed any. But yeah, they're gone, and It's such a complicated station to get right for the lighting and stuff like that, especially because obviously it's from TSW3, which I believe wasn't Todd 4 at the time. So that presented its own challenges as well. So yeah, it does, and I regret agreeing to do it in a way, but at the same time, I'm glad that it's paid off. So
look at this, babes. Look at this. You'll see in 20 seconds. It's always very difficult when there's someone on the stream. You've got to say, "Oh, can you see my screen?" Oh wait, no, you can't. I could share it, but it probably make my PC cry a little bit. But the actual atmosphere here, really nice and pink. One thing as well I've spotted, and I noticed Train Simulator Driver mentioned it in his stream as well, collisions. So in a lot of routes you collide with the OLE. You don't in this, which I think is really good, because it's I can find it sometimes quite jarring. So that's quite a cool little sort of thing that's been worked in there.
Well, you can thank the beta team for that. So OLE by default has collisions on, which is why you see it on so many routes. It actually has to manually be turned off. So we weren't aware of this as being an issue, and it was beta team who picked it up and also said, "Oh yeah, you can fix it by doing this." And so yeah, if it wasn't for them, it would probably still be there, to be honest. So yeah, good job on the beta team for picking that one up, because I know it does annoy a lot of people, and I get why it can be frustrating.
Richie, will you ever drive Train Sim World 5 routes now are you leaving them behind because of the new features of Train Sim World 6? No, I still play Train Sim World. I still play routes from Train Sim World 2020. Like, although they're in Train Sim World 6, like, there is some routes like Cross City, and there's, which I think are some other good ones as well. There's all sorts of different routes that I revisit quite often. And when, if any other future Train Sim World iterations come out, I'll come back to routes like this. Just because there's a new iteration doesn't mean I abandon the routes on those previous iterations. It's good to have new stuff come through for sure, but no, I don't abandon any routes. Did they get imported? What does what get imported, Alberto? I'm not too sure what you're asking there. Is there any other questions that have popped? Is there anything else, sorry, that you wanted to answer?
I think I answered most of the questions while you were gone, so I'm just waiting on new ones if anyone has any.
What's the best pub in Birmingham? The Spoons up the road from New Street. I forget the name of it. The best place to eat in Birmingham is Mackey's on the Ramp. If I was a
time at Spoons when I was in Birmingham.
Do you know of Mackey's on the Ramp? Do you know what that is?
I believe I know what you're on about. Yeah.
So as you leave the northern end of northern end of New Street, there's a ramp. There's a big slope, and there's a Mackey's on it. And in Birmingham, it's like everyone just calls it Mackey's on the Ramp. It's very iconic. If I had my way, if I was a developer, I would make sure I'd put Mackey's on the Ramp in there just as a very.
Have to call it something else though. The licensing, you can't call it McDonald's.
Even its nickname, you can't call it Mackey's.
Probably not. No.
They
would find a way to go.
Hold on, I'm trying to think what else you could call it. Burger shop on the slope. It's not got the same ring to it.
Burger shop on the slope.
Not got the same ring to it.
I don't think that's the same. that's the knockoff version somewhere else.
That's the Aldi version. That. I really like Smethwick Galton Bridge. I think this has been really well made. For me, it really does capture the chaotic nature of Galton Bridge, because it's so difficult to navigate around. It's such a small station, but there's been so many times, even as a relatively local person, when you come in on the Snow Hill line and then try to change down to the West Coast main line, it's so easy to go onto the wrong platform. So I just love how chaotic it's been captured.
I hate this station.
Is it from like
it did my head in during development. No, it's definitely not my favourite station at all.
What is your favourite station?
Who love Galton Bridge? Whoa. If I was to choose, it would either be New Street, obviously, Crewe, or I'd end up listing so many stations. Alright, if I had to pick one, I'm going to go with an unusual one, and I'm going to say Sandwell and Dudley.
Oh, it's funny you say that. We've just been through it.
I took some very nice pictures at this station, like especially at night, and yeah, I don't know, it's one of those stations that like you wouldn't think it would be anyone's favorite, but yeah, working on it was a peaceful time during development for me.
Yeah.
That station, every other station being a nightmare, but Sandwell and Dudley. Yeah, that was a good station to work on.
Obviously, it's all fully branded as well with West Midlands Railway as well. That's a good thing to note for anyone that isn't aware. So I think are all the stations between Birmingham and Wolverhampton, they're all fully branded, aren't they, with West Midlands Railway?
Yeah, they have the West Mids signage because the West Mids license obviously does exist. It's the London Northwestern one that doesn't.
We don't talk about LNWI, do we? It doesn't exist.
Hey, listen. It's an operator that doesn't exist in TSW. There you go.
This is an alternative universe where it doesn't exist.
Yeah. We'll go with that.
I like the 3D BR logos. They're cool.
Yeah, they were some of the standout features for this station in particular. They were very nice, and you could create some nice shots with those in the background as well. So it was nice to have those included.
I think one of my favourites so far is Wolverhampton. I have a lot of experience, not just with Birmingham New Street, but with Wolverhampton, because I have a very vivid memory of my uncle actually getting into a scrap with a conductor at Wolverhampton, but we don't talk about that. I've been to Wolverhampton loads of times, and when you're there, and did you go to Wolverhampton or have you ever been to Wolverhampton station?
I have. Like I said, I stayed at the Premier Inn right next to the station.
Yeah, you did say. My bad.
Been there.
But for me, like, it really captures how, like, with Wolverhampton, there is constantly stuff going through it. Like, stuff hardly stops. And I really like how, like, you could stand at Wolverhampton, probably more so at Birmingham, and see more stuff going in and out of it, because it's because you not only do you have the stuff that goes through that's playable. Am I right in saying that don't some services? Some of the 170 services, don't they go up towards Walsall from Wolverhampton? Is that right? I can't quite remember.
Yes, well, I don't know about 2019.
They do now, I think, don't they? Or something like that.
No, there's they've changed a fair bit, I think, over the last few years, and how the services operate. But yeah, they do like all sorts of movements around Wolverhampton. But it's a fantastic station in the game.
Yeah, it's just great to sort of stand. You could stand there for ages and just watch loads of stuff go through.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Stafford's a great one for train spotting as well. Stafford's a really fun one for train spotting because you get to see your freight movements. You get to see obviously 350s voyages, but you also get to see the 390s blasting through the fast lines off to Trent Valley and then up to Crewe and stuff like that. Because obviously we didn't make every 390 service playable, because we wanted it to be
authentic, kind of authentic. Because that's similar with South, isn't it? West Coast Mainline South. Because I think there's a few AI because they don't stop at Crewe.
West Coast Mainline South, they obviously made the decision to have pretty much every Pendolino call at Milton Keynes, which would never happen in real life.
Yeah.
But obviously that's just so that you got more playability out of the 390. I understand the decision for that. But on this route, because you already get so many playable runs with the 390, that like you didn't need to then also do every single one that wouldn't normally stop as well. Plus, it would be nightmarish for the timetable.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. So
Someone's-
it's a nice place to train spot.
Someone's asking about Wolverhampton Steelworks. Where is that, David? Is that in? I'm not too sure whereabouts that is. If you know whereabouts that is,
Just south of the station.
just south of the station. Okay, that's fine. Is it like a warehouse or is it like a siding?
It's like a siding.
Yeah.
So there's not you can drive out of there, but there's no services on this timetable because there isn't really much that actually goes out there on the working timetable, at least from what I saw. Obviously, not me, I've said that, I'll be corrected, but yeah, from what I saw, there wasn't really anything that would be drivable out there. So you can spawn a 66 there and pick up, do stuff yourself if you wanted to.
Is it shown on the map? Oh, is it this here? Is that it? Oh, it is. Yes, I see it. I see it. We're just coming through it now, actually. Good timing, that.
Yeah, absolutely. On the 390, it has some decent long runs. It does. Like I said, it goes back to why we chose this route. That was one of the reasons.
There you go. Still, there you go. That's it as far as I'm aware. Still,
and it's got a fast travel point, so it's easy enough to get to.
Oh yeah.
If you wanted to spawn stuff there. So.
That's so cool. So cool seeing the Voyager coming in from the Steelworks. There you go. So that's all there. Someone asked, rate this route out of 10. Right, this is not no bias at all because
I'll close my ears and then you can give the total honest answer.
If I'm 100% honest, I don't have any issues with the route. I'm going to say a solid 10 out of 10. I genuinely, and I think it does fall a little bit down to bias because I know the area, and it's the same with Birmingham Cross City. That's like my baby. I love that route. So I would easily rate it very highly, and I think I'd rate it so highly because I've got that insight after speaking to you guys for the interview and also speaking and hearing what you've got to say tonight. It's one thing seeing it, it's another thing hearing about the route and then seeing it after I've heard about it, if that makes sense. So I think when you have that insight, you have more appreciation for what's been made, and I'm not even saying that to be a sucker for it. Genuinely, you can see what you've heard it firsthand here, Beebs. What work's gone into the route, and you can see it for yourself as well. So I genuinely think, if I'm honest, I think this is one of the strongest releases in Trains in the World, and to say it's from a third party and it's their debut route as well, you really, really have to take that into consideration. That it's a very strong product. Someone's saying 9. Yeah, fair enough. It's high 9, 10 stuff. It's a good route, and I genuinely, I think a lot of people would agree with me there. I can't ask you what you'd rate it because then there is bias. There's conflict of interest there.
I'll give you a rating. It's a 9.5 because we took the giant carrot out.
Yeah.
No,
now that you mentioned it, it's a 7.
Oh, right. Just lost all value. No. Obviously, yes, I'd say 10 out of 10. I mean, that's just obviously because I worked in it. Of course, going to give bias there. Look, I will say that, like, obviously, we understand that this route probably is not for everyone. We have seen comments and stuff. We do keep an eye on the forums and stuff a lot, and everyone has a preference. And look, that's fine. If you prefer solely long high-speed runs, or you prefer like VR Blue stuff, or you prefer different countries. That's the fantastic thing about Trains in the World. And it's really getting to a point now where there is more and more content for different people.
I've always said this, that Trains in the World is, although it's a game, and as I was mentioning it earlier, each route is its own game because every route is different. Like, although some of the trains may look the same, some of them may sound the same, some of you can run the same trains in the same route on different routes. Each route is its own thing. Genuinely, and there's going to be something for everyone, and there's going to be stuff for that someone's not interested in. For example, for me, American freight routes, can't stand them. I'll give them a go, but I don't really care much for them, simply because I'm not American and I don't like freight. The reason why I like this route is because I'm a Brummie. It's the West Coast Main Line. It's busy. It's commuter style. It's everything I want from a route, and it's a route I've wanted to see in the game as well. I remember in Train Sim World 4 times, Train Sim World 3 times, there was a massive discussion, like speculation thread about West Coast Main Line Birmingham to Crewe, because I don't know if you'll remember, but some people may in the chat may remember in the forums, there was a little teaser prior to Train Sim World 4, and I think there was a code and it said B2C or something. It said like B something C, and it wasn't Birmingham Crewe. It ended up being that Austrian route, the what's it called, Vorarlberg, because it was like, I know it was C2B because it was cross. I think it was like cross border or something like that because it was Germany to Austria. Right, yeah. It was something like. Anyway, I remember that being, someone found that code, and they were like, oh, it's a reference to like maybe it's West Coast Main Line Birmingham to Crewe, and there was a whole thing about it. And we were talking about 3-4 years, but even before, I think it was before Cross City came out, there was this whole thing about it. And when that was announced, when that was discussed and like speculated, it made me quite excited to see this sort of route because I know it quite well, or as well as Cross City. Because and I think another route I would like to see, if it ever came to fruition, would be continuing out of Wolverhampton towards Shrewsbury. If we got that, that would be 100% me smiling, very happy, because it is my areas. But now I've kind of got a similar thing with Yorkshire, because now I've lived in Yorkshire for about 5 years now. I'd love to see East Coast Main Line, like Leeds to Doncaster, for example, because I know that route. I commute on every single day. So, like I say, this is good. I'm waffling now, but this is kind of going. I've got a personal touch with this route because I know it. Whereas someone who's American or German may not care for this at all. So it all very much falls down to what you enjoy and what you like. I'm pretty sure, you know, there's people out there would want to see, and I know I've seen a lot of comments about it, Tees Valley Line or East, obviously like a modernised Tees Valley Line, or East Coast Main Line, York to Newcastle, for example. Like, there is so many different routes that people would want, and when they come out, you know, when they, like, what's the word, when routes come out that people can correlate to, people get excited for that for different reasons. So that's why I like this route. But yeah, like you say, it's not for everyone, but I think for the majority of people that like, I mean, a lot of people like the West Coast Main Line. It's probably one of the most highly requested routes. In fact, I think the whole West Coast Main Line's like #1 most requested. Before we carry on as well, Dex, there you go, Molyneux. It's there in all its glory. I'm going to look away from it now because it's football and it's Wolves. Ugh. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, it's one of them, isn't it, where it may not be for everyone, but that's okay because it's going to be, you know, it's going to appeal to some people, and that's the good thing about Train Sim World. Sorry, I've fully gone off on a tangent there. Hey, look, it's your stream. Yeah. It's not. Do you know, I tell you what, it's nice to do a stream and not have to talk so much. It's sometimes when I do a stream and I'm talking for 3 hours, I go to my missus and go, "Oh, my throat hurts." So it's nice to be able to just sit back and drive while someone else does the chatting. It's great.
Well, listen, it's obviously it's been great to be able to come on and talk about the route, and obviously we obviously would love to carry on with not just yourself, if we were to do stuff in the future, but obviously, you know, just the ambassadors and community in general, because at the end of the day, you know, community is what makes this game work. Yeah. It's what keeps us all in the job as well. You know, if you're a developer or whatever, or if you do content creation full time as well, then obviously same goes for yourself. So obviously, yeah, I've really enjoyed being on tonight. I will say that I've got an absolute load of work to do tomorrow, but I'm glad that I could find the time tonight to actually come on. Oh yeah, no, it's been a pleasure to have you on. Is there? Of course, it's always good to like
hear, like I say, it's good to hear about the route, but also like people have questions, and in these sorts of streams as well, like in the preview stream, for example, there was like when I jumped into, I was just coming back from my honeymoon when I was watching it, and there was about 1,200 people in there, and there was all these questions that you just can't answer them because you don't see them because they just go in the chat.
You know, I didn't realize there was that many people watching, like 1,200 people on YouTube during the preview stream. Insane, to be honest. Like, I wasn't aware of it though. I was completely oblivious to it, and then Danny messaged me on Discord as we're live. And it was 1,200 people watching. I was like,
what?
Oh, right, okay.
Right. For lack of a better word, oh shit. That's what yeah.
And so yeah, kind of panicked a little bit. But it's been crazy to see how much interest there is in this route, and how much, there's been a lot of constructive feedback, which we really appreciated. But it's been very positive, which I must admit, and it's a welcome surprise, because I was very worried that it was gonna be a constant. Oh, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you do that? Blah blah blah. And we've not really had that. And I don't know. Maybe it's because it's our first route. Who knows? But I like to think it's also because we've done a really good job for our first route. We're obviously aware that there's been things picked up on that, and that's where that, like I said, that constructive feedback has been great, and we are listening. We do want to ensure that anything that people have spotted that needs fixing, we get it fixed as soon as possible. We're very committed to that. But obviously, especially game breaking stuff, immersion breaking stuff.
But this is the thing. At the end of the day, you're a real person, and you're all real people who have probably bound to have made a mistake, like maybe a mistake. But you're, like you say, you're committed to fixing it. And the thing is, as well, you're happy to speak about any potential like issues or flaws and say it's not great, or like this one thing isn't a great situation. However, we can fix it, or we'll strive to fix it. And I think having that sort of like commitment is really good, and I can, the community can definitely see that. And it's also good to be able to, like, in streams like this, be able to just sort of like chill and talk about the route, what that you've worked so hard on. I think it's one, as someone says, you absolutely outdone yourselves. You've done a really good job with it, and I think the community can see that. I think as well, there's been a lot of, like you say, 1,200 people watching the stream. That's a lot of hype. I think that's around about the same sort of levels as the West Coast Mainline South preview stream last year. Like, it was popular.
Well, it's crazy that we went from struggling to get West Coast Mainline route for so long to having so many done in such a short space of time. It's funny how that ended up playing out.
But and I think that what's quite good as well with eventually Just Trains' route coming out as well, it kind of opens up like a massive section of the West Coast Mainline as well now, which is nuts. You can go from like Birmingham towards like Carlisle. That's absolutely mad.
Well, I'm waiting to see if any. Look, I know at the end of the day, it can't be 100% perfect because those are based in the 80s. But it'd be interesting to see some of the modern community do a modern timetable on those routes.
Or if you really want to go for it, make a BR timetable for this. If you really wanted to.
Well, yeah.
Because I think back in the 80s, the 86s and the 87s would have run on this route, possibly.
I believe so.
It's the detail and the realism that has done it for me. Yeah, I would agree. And like you've said tonight, there is a lot of attention to detail, and I think it's good you mentioned the likes of Johannes as well, because those who own the Marv Main line know what to expect from Johannes, and his work you can expect to see, in this route, and obviously all the other developers as well. But that's kind of a good thing to see as well, that like you're able to show off that sort of detail and talk about it, and people in the chat can see that.
Absolutely, and look, I'll say it again. Obviously, there's been a lot of people that worked on this route. Um, obviously, I've come on tonight to sort of give people a chance to obviously ask any questions or whatever. But there's a lot of fantastic people that worked on this route. That really credit to them. Whether it's Danny, Shannon, Nick, Johannes. There's another Dan. There's Adam Haig. There's another Adam who the second Adam did station models. He did like Wolverhampton and stuff like that. Then we've got our internal testing team that have been a great help towards the end of getting this route out. So credit to them. There's been so many people involved in it, and it's been a great journey. And hopefully, like I said, if we do decide to do any more stuff, obviously we've got the 805 to come out, but anything after the 805, it will. Hopefully we can carry on doing stuff, whatever that ended up being. Who knows?
Someone's put man's gonna be rich after this release.
I hope so.
Absolutely rolling in the cash.
Seriously though, like, just say again. Obviously, we want people to buy it, because at the end of the day, people, the more people that buy it, the likelihood we'll end up continuing to make more content in TSW. Obviously, if you're unsure about buying it, there's places to put that, and with likelihood we'll see it, and maybe we can help answer any questions or concerns or whatever that you may have about buying the route. Or if maybe it's just not a top priority and you're waiting for something else, fair enough. Like, at the end of the day, it's a game. Buy the stuff that you're going to enjoy. We would like to, we hope that people buy this and they enjoy the route, and based off the positivity and everything that's been behind it, that does seem to be the case. But yeah, at the end of the day, obviously releases tomorrow, 10 a.m. on consoles.
That's right. Yeah.
And,
yeah.
I have time somewhere.
I think it's 6 p.m. for Steam. I think 4 p.m. for Epic or something like that. Yeah, something like that.
10 a.m. British Standard Time on PlayStation and Xbox, 4 p.m. British Standard Time, British Summer Time on Epic, and 6 p.m. British Summer Time on Steam. So, yeah, crazy to think it's tomorrow, but yeah.
Yeah, I suppose after all this time, it's sort of like it's the calm before the storm, in a sense, isn't it? It's sort of like all this time that's gone into it. Hopefully we'll see it pay off tomorrow. Yeah. I suppose.
I hope so.
That's the sort of like.
It's either going to be a case of celebrating or a case of hiding away for the next 10 years. We'll see what happens. Those are the two scenarios in my head, but I think it will do well.
He's got a bottle of Aldi's bubbly for if it goes terribly wrong. He's got a bottle of JH Mum or whatever it's called, for if it goes well. There you go. We didn't really touch on it, but obviously there's 805 coming out as well. So that's also a good one to look forward to. So yes, I think there'll be more details about that in the coming roadmaps. But that's mainly for West Coast Mainline South, isn't it? That one.
So 805's for West Coast Mainline South. Obviously, the 805's only started running in 2024.
Yeah.
We will see if there's anything new on upcoming roadmaps and stuff like that. Hopefully we can get some images shared, because again, Sam has done some incredible artwork with that train, and it does look stunning. So yeah, there's hopefully we'll be able to show some more of that soon. But I think right now, obviously, Birmingham Crewe, Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't wait for people to be able to properly get their hands on it. And to be honest, the biggest relief is that I can talk near enough freely about Birmingham Crew now.
Well, yeah. I suppose after you've been working on it for so long, you have to keep so much to yourself.
That pressure of like not accidentally letting something slip could be a
Yeah.
lot of times. Like
Yeah.
it's good in that sense that we can like it's there, you can see it. You know, from tomorrow you'll be able to drive it. It's great.
If this makes you feel any better, by the way, there's 206 votes in the poll, and 57% of those people have said they're going to get it. So,
happy days.
and then another 23% have said yes, but on a sale. That's maybe because down to their budget, but
Yeah.
overall, only 6% of those people have said no because they're haters. So, so you've got over 90% of people that are pretty much considering it. Obviously, that helps that they're here, but I think that's a good sample size. I mean, that's 150 people that have said absolutely. So, I genuinely don't think there's going to be much to worry about with this. I think it's a really, really, really strong release. It's been one of them routes. If I'm honest, I find with Train Sim World, I love Train Sim World and I play it all the time. But I'm first and foremost at the minute sort of like I'm a player, but also I'm a content creator. With this route, as soon as I got my hands on it, I just haven't stopped playing it. It's been like I've done one service and I'm like, oh, I might do a 170 service. Or I've done that, I might do a 150. Or I've done that, I might do a Voyager. Or I've done that, and it's one of them. What I really like is the sheer amount of variety. Like the 350s are great, don't get me wrong, and there's a lot of variety with them. But like, it's a case of there is so much you can run on this route, and like you say, that's obviously testament to the recent releases that have come from other people, dovetail themselves. But I think that helps with this route as well, just the sheer amount of stuff you can do on it. And I feel like with a lot of releases, I play them, but this release has been one of just been like, do you know what? I actually just want to sit down and play this for about 3-4 hours. And like tonight as well, I've got work at 6 o'clock in the morning, but I'm fully going to sit here till about 11 o'clock and do another service. Talking of which, I might even hop into a Pendolino of some kind. Is there any other types of services that you quite like on this route that I could possibly give a go? I know that you said you've got to sort out some things, but is there anything else? Let's have a look.
It's either 9 Mike 60, which is 390, or it's 9 Sierra 60. I think it's 9 Mike.
Is that dash O or dash 1?
Dash O.
Not 9. Is it Mike? Is that what M is in the phonetic alphabet? Yeah. 9 Mike. 50, do you say?
60.
60.
I believe.
9 Mike 60. There it is. I see it. Nighttime run. I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a late summer run.
Yeah, go whatever you want.
That's one.
But on that note, I must go. I've got some work to finish up before I go to bed tonight. But I will say, thank you very much for having me on.
Honestly, it's been an absolute pleasure. It's really good to just talk about this route, and it's good to hear as well about like the work that's gone into it. I genuinely think it's great for me to hear it, but it's also good for the community to hear it as well. So yeah, honestly, thank you for coming on. It really does mean a lot. So, of course, yeah, like you were saying, you were saying before I rudely interrupted you just there. What was sort of any sort of final thoughts?
Final thoughts is honestly, if you're unsure about the route, obviously you've had a chance to watch it tonight. Go watch videos. You don't have to pick it up on day one. Wait for some other people to go back. But what I will say is, honestly, I hope that you give it the chance. I understand there's been some frustration around having to do a post-release patch and stuff like that, and fair enough. But I hope that we're given that chance to prove that we will get those things fixed. That if you have found things, we are committed to that, and if you do, I hope that you enjoy it, and share photos on, if you're driving the route on Discord and the forums and stuff like that, because no doubt we will see it. We may even want to share some of them on our own social media pages. So yeah, we're just really excited to see it out tomorrow and see how everyone finds it, and we hope everyone enjoys it.
Lovely stuff. Honestly, thank you again for coming on, and yeah, I'm looking forward to, especially this, like for the players to get their hands on this and actually experience what I've experienced the last couple of days, because I've loved it. So yeah, again, thank you very much for coming on, and yeah, hopefully people enjoy it, and people buy it enough that you'll do something else.
Let's hope.
Let's hope. So just message me tomorrow, whichever champagne bottle you open. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But yeah, no. Again, thank you for having me, and thank you to everyone in the chat for the questions. It's been a lot of fun tonight, and yeah, enjoy the rest of the evening, everyone, and I'll see you later.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'll just be a second, peeps, and then I'll be right back with you. And I'm back. Hello. I'm just going to double check my audios, and then I'll be right back with you. Happy days, I'm back. Right, so that was really, really good to be able to get Kieran on there. We did have a little discussion about potentially getting him on tonight. But yeah, it was good to have a chat about the route. Because, like I say, a lot of... Oh, hello, what have I done there? I don't know what I've done there. Yeah, a lot of hard work has gone into this. So, yeah, we're just going to spend the last hour of the stream doing a Pendolino run, because why not? I've really enjoyed playing this route. I've been playing it non-stop, so I know I've seen a lot of you saying I've become increasingly more brummy as the night's gone on, and yeah, well, it just happens when you go back to the Midlands. It just happens. You become more attuned to it. He's gone full brummy, and I reckon Aussie will call him. Yeah, a shill. I am a shill. I'll just say I am for this. All the thanks to Kieran. Yeah, again, thank you, Kieran, for coming on tonight. It's an absolute pleasure. It was a good birthday present for you. There you go. Is it today? I knew it was coming up, but I couldn't remember which day it was. It's not quite the big number, is it? I know it could be adding in. Luke, I've been purposely ignoring you, because you left a comment on the interview video, and it actually genuinely made me angry to the point where I had to put my phone down. That doesn't really sound that aggressive, but you know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. I'm back to the chat, peeps. Apologies for not reading the chat as much as I would do. I didn't want to interrupt Kieran whilst he was talking. I feel like he was talking quite, about some important stuff about the route. So we'll get back to the chat now. So if you've got any questions for me, like who's going to win the Drivers' Championship, Max Verstappen. For those that don't know, by the way, who have been watching for the last hour or so, that was Kieran. He is one of the developers from All Aboard Studios. It's really good to get that insight. So yeah, I'm good to see as well. It's good to see the amount of people saying they're going to get it. This service calls it Stafford, Wolverhampton, and then no, it doesn't. It doesn't go to Stafford. It goes just straight through to Wolverhampton. Actually. I streamed again on my birthday. What else could you do? Yesterday I streamed the game on my birthday. What else could you do? You have fun. I know it's not the big one. When you say yesterday, yesterday's today for me, isn't it? Is it? I'm trying to think. The 19th. Was it? Wait, hold on, I'm confused. No, because it's still the 20th. Wow, I'm so confused. It's the 21st for you now, isn't it? It's the 20th now. Oh, I'm so blooming confused. In Train Sim 6, whenever I go to click on something, it doesn't show me what it is, and I don't know what I am clicking. I don't know what that means. Can you pre-order this route on console? You can't pre-order it, no, but it comes out tomorrow. It comes out in about 12 hours. That genuinely fried my brain there, Paul. You were saying yesterday, and I was like, the 19th? No, wait, it's the 20th. It's going to get even more confusing because our clocks go back this weekend. Yeah, Kate, I'm on about American time, Australian time. Yeah, it's the 21st for you now. So it's still technically your birthday. So do you know what we're going to do? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I'm singing. I'm singing happy birthday. Pauls? Yeah? Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I'm in the wrong key now. You don't ask that question. Oh yeah, too late. That's a good point. He's old enough. We went forward a few weeks ago. So yeah, this is the time of year where it's better for you when you do your streams because it's at like 9 o'clock our time. It's not a special birthday. It's almost a special birthday. That's all I'm allowed to say. Almost 30. Yeah, you're almost 30. Why is there no timeout button for Richie? Happy birthday for yesterday. I hope you had a good day. Did Miss Simulator Driver make any other muffins? Judging by how well the streams have gone, it may be a Moe moment. Ah, yeah. I was just thinking of champagne they spray at the F1. Clocks change on the 26th. Oh, they do. Today's a really blooming cool day for you because you hit 50 subscribers on the Flying Southerner. Well, I'll tell you what, should we make that even better? Everyone, go and subscribe to the Flying Southerner. And I say this because I'm a very good content creator, but also has helped me get my OBS working. So if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be streaming tonight. So go subscribe to the Flying Southerner. Go and give him some subs. Try and get him to 60 if you can. Go on, peeps. We may be doing a video at some point or a stream of some kind. So all to be revealed. All to be revealed. Don't be alarmed. I've decided to chat with my YouTube channel. I'm not another Alex. I'm definitely Alex Den. Don't be alarmed. Are you the one that went to Model Railway Club tonight? You've already done it. I know you have, sausage. Cake. What sort of cake? That's the all-important question. Yeah, cake. Yeah, birthday cake. Yeah. I like cake. He's in the Cucumber Club. Talking of subscribers though, we've had a fair few people subscribe tonight, so thank you very much for... We've had around about 4 new subscribers. 4 new subscribers tonight, so much appreciate. Thank you everyone for coming in tonight. We've also got 60 likes. Thank you very much. Orange poppy seed cake with chocolate frosting. Ooh, okay, that's unique. Is that homemade though? You can't beat a homemade cake. Cucumber Club is the knockoff version of... It's like the parody version of Pink Pony Club. Cucumber Club, we're gonna drive in the Cucumber Club. Cucumber Club. There's a lovely caramel and banana cake in Sainsbury's. Oh, yeah. Fun fact, I used to work in a Sainsbury's. And in the Sainsbury's I worked in, they used to, at the end of the day, the bakery, if there was cakes that were going out that needs to be sold, if they didn't get sold, they went down to 10p for the staff. So we were able to buy these really cheap cakes. It was great. I once came home with a Spider-Man cake. It was fantastic. She loves making cake. Well, I know exactly what I'm expecting when I come to visit. If she can make a banging coffee and walnut cake, I'm a happy man. Or red velvet. Oh, love a bit of red velvet. Better version of the Pink Pony Club. It's gonna be stuck in my head now. That was when I went to the karaoke bar when I was abroad. It just got stuck in my head. That there was also at the karaoke bar we went to, someone sang that Golden song by whoever it is, the K-pop people. I've never thought of it that way. Your mum made a pork pie wedding cake. I tell you what, talking of cake, on holiday, me and Shan, on the evenings, we started binge watching a new Netflix series called Is It Cake? We've watched it all now. We're on the holiday season. Is It Cake? And I tell you what, that's a fantastic show. She's made a red velvet cake with a warm chocolate ooze volcano inside. Ah, do you hear that? Love. Paul's wife has made, I don't know when she made it, but she made a red velvet cake. Wait, it gets better, with a warm chocolate ooze volcano inside. Yep. She's about to board a plane. She doesn't like flying, but she'd fly to Australia for that. My favourite swear words are... Anyway. I was going to say my favourite swear words are... I won't say it. What were you saying? Sorry, love. What's your favourite cake? Yeah, a red velvet cake with like a cheesecakey filling. Yum, yum, yum. Have you not seen it? It's on Netflix. Is It Cake? It's fantastic. You just sent me a picture of the said pork pie cake. So that's going to be really confusing because it's pork pie and a cake. That's a cake? No way. That's it. Do you know what? As good as that looks, I'd actually be a little bit disappointed that isn't pork pie. Put that in Discord. We've also had someone new join the server. Percy, welcome to the server. Hope you're doing well. You're on a plane come Saturday. Flying's fine. Flying's the safest thing ever. I watch a geezer called Captain Steve, and if you watch his videos, he actually really chilled me out about flying. He's just so real about it. There's cake and Asda my mum wants to try, but she doesn't want to pay the 15 quid. Reminds me of the trifle from Friends. Oh, Dizzy Goo, you get along with my missus. Do you hear that, love? Someone said this reminds me of the trifle from Friends. What is it, love? You need to say it loudly. I'm listening. I don't think they can hear you though. Go on. Go on. Yeah, all of it. The full shebang. Yep. Yep. There you go. There you go. I don't know if you heard that, but it was ladyfingers, custard. Custard? Then strawberry jam. What was it? Ladyfingers, a layer of jam, custard, which she made from scratch, raspberries, more ladyfingers, then beef sautéed with peas and onions, then more custard, then bananas, and then whipped cream on top. It's made of actual pork. So basically, it's a pork pie. It's a pork pie. Are you answering someone in the chat there? Were you answering someone in the chat then, love? Were you answering someone in the chat then? Oh no, someone. So I responded to a comment about a pork pie. Sorry, love. sorry if that was confusing. No, I know that the pages got stuck together. That's why she did it. But someone's made a wedding. I think someone made a pork pie cake. It looks like a pork pie, but now they're saying it's just a cake. It's a pork pie on a cake stand. I'm confused. You're flying to Italy. I'm in France. Ah, it's just like literally nothing. For over your life, you've flown for 3 months of your life. My goodness. How you doing, MX Trains? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. You've missed the best bit. We've had Kieran from All Aboard on talking about the route. So if you want to have some insight to this route, go back around about half an hour. What, in the stream? Just me, myself, and I? Why? No. No, I'm just talking to the chat now. Which, if someone else saw, it would look like me talking to myself. But that's fine. If you volunteer at Bluebell, go find a bald bloke from Australia named Rowan and go say hi. I can say, oh look, we're both bald. Are there random behaviours in this DLC? So things like the... What's it called? Like the track... What's it called? I forget the name of it. Like the TSRs, that's it. Yes, we had a TSR happen on the previous run. I'm doing very well, thank you, MH. A cake-sized pork pie, yes. Are you loving this route? I really am. I genuinely love... I think this is fantastic. And... No, I'm not saying it because I'm an ambassador and I'm a shill or whatever else. I'm saying it because I genuinely think this is great. Like I say, I've had the chat with All Aboard. And when you speak to someone about it who's made something, it kind of opens your eyes. Even though I kind of knew like some of the some development practices because they're kind of obvious, like for all sorts of routes, not just this one. When you actually hear the sort of work that goes into it and the additional stuff, it really does make you realise how much work goes into it. And for me, I love stuff like that, and it gives me like a whole... I'm slowing down for Stafford like we're stopping here, and I don't know why. But yeah, it's sort of like... It's made me, first off, realise how much work's gone into it, but two, it's a route I've wanted to see in the game for a long time anyway. And the fact it's here, and it's also been done so well, it's like, again, it's another make or break situation for me. And like I've said, with Birmingham Cross City, and I've always said this about Birmingham Cross City, and I said this about Birmingham Cross City in one of the first ever streams I did, way before I was an ambassador, that route solidified my love for Train Sim World. Because, like, that route could have come out and it could have been absolute garbage. And it wasn't. It was really well made. So, any other routes that came out of that, after that, made me realise a lot of work goes into this just to get reference, for a start. They're honestly, yeah, Paul, they're really good to chat to, and they provide excellent insight to what they do. And I think what's most inspiring about it, and one thing I wanted to capture with the interview, is that they were, before this, and they still are, just members of the community who wanted to make a route, and they've collectively made a route. And that, to me, what really hit home was when Dan said in the interview, look, at 11 years old, I never thought that when I was playing FIFA, I would eventually would be having a game come to a console. That's pretty big stuff. Like, we all as kids, let's be realistic, like most of us as kids wanted to be a game developer, wanted to be a game tester and whatever else. I remember being 12 years old in secondary school and saying, when I grow up, I want to be a game tester. And when you flip it on its head and then you become an actual developer for a game, albeit a DLC, it's quite a big thing to think about. Can't wait to get home from work tomorrow and give it a go. Yeah, it's one of them that, like, I get excited about most routes, don't get me wrong, because I love everything that Train Sim World can offer, because not only does it give me... Also, just a very quick side note before we pass it. Silly little stuff like this here, signage over there, look. You can see the A449 to Stafford. There you go, look. I've actually driven on the A449. Anyway, what was I saying? Like, this has been one of the routes that I've been very, very excited to get my hands on. And you don't even have to hear it from me. You can hear it from, like, probably some of the ambassadors for a start. I've been going on about it to, like, Casual and Ball. But even to, like, Shan, for example, I've been saying... I said to her the other night, I just want to sit down and play the game, to be honest, because I like this route. And I played it for hours. And it's one of them, like, a lot of routes... I play it for a bit and I make some content and stuff, and then I'll like move on to the next route. With this, I'm gonna keep revisiting it. We try to have fun along with the people who join our streams. Yeah, of course. We try and be entertaining where we can. I just more make an absolute tit to myself, but that's me. I am very much like, you know, Paul, you've seen it firsthand. I'm just a nutter. I really am. Do you remember them videos, Cake or Real? Yeah, well, that's what Is It Cake? It's like a whole series of that. It's great. I love it. Richie's more of a clown than me, of course. I'm dead serious. Never clowning around. No, never. Yeah, it's good. It's good if you can have a bit of fun with it as well. One big piece of advice I'd say, if you want to become a content creator, just have fun, because if you're not enjoying it and you're not having fun with it, you're not going to enjoy doing it. In other news, this Pendolino run is absolutely beautiful. You'll be right. We'll be right back, folks. What I really like about this route as well, and it's a little bit deep, but with this sort of route I've got, with Cross City, a lot of you will know the story of my mum at Erdington, and the fact that I was able to recreate a really funny moment from our childhood. With this, I've got many, many fond memories of going from Birmingham New Street to Wolverhampton, in 170s, in 158. I mean, I used to, for a start, right, this is why I like the West Midlands Railway 170 pack, because I went to uni in Worcester, and then I used to commute from Worcester up to New Street, change at New Street for maybe another 170 or 158, go to Telford Central. Or, if I was going back to visit my dad, I'd go on the 158s towards Mid Wales. Obviously, I know it's not the 158s, but it's still transport for Wales. So, the fact that I can experience things I've done so often is quite good. What route would I want to see added next? It's two options. From a personal standpoint, I would like to see either Wolverhampton, you know, the rest of the route towards Shrewsbury. I think that'd be good. Another one I'd like to see as well, I think would be absolutely fantastic, would be like Leeds to Doncaster, for example. I think that'd be a really, really good route. Maybe even the Harrogate Loop, that'd be a really good one as well. Because I live in Yorkshire now. Like, I've got that experience, and that's quite familiar to me as well. All this cake talks made me go and get some real cake. What's your favourite part about this route? Oh, easily the Wolverhampton to Birmingham section. No doubt about it at all. No doubt in my mind. That's my favourite bit. I am actually due to speak to my stepdad about this route, because he used to live in Tipton, right next to the station actually. So I'm going to speak to him about it. I'd like to get him on a stream, because it'd be good to get his reaction from this route, because he quite likes Train Sim World. I say quite. He plays it from time to time. Absolutely no interest in trains whatsoever, but like with the Cross City, he really liked the Cross City because it's obviously Birmingham. So I want to get his opinion on this route. It'd be good. Just realised the second carriage of the second carriage is the wrong way round. I think it's the wrong way round. What's wrong with the carriage? What's wrong with the carriage? It don't look wrong to me. Is that because of the livery? Well, this is B. Gotta be right. Either way, that's how it's been. This train hasn't changed from West Coast Main Line South. You need to have fun, otherwise you become one of those depressing streamers complaining about everything. If it wasn't fun, I wouldn't be doing it, because streaming is a lot of work. Oh yeah, and so is making videos. Like, videos take me hours, and I don't earn any money from this. So, like, you know, this is all very much my free time. And I enjoy doing it. I don't have any issues. If I didn't enjoy doing it, I wouldn't do it. You agreed off to Shrewsbury, then the rest of the Taliesin and then the rest of the way into Wales, eventually Taliesin. Yeah, I agree. A Cambrian coastline would be a good one. I don't know how I'd feel about the Cambrian coastline. I wouldn't say no to it at all. But I think I've got a lot of personal experience with the Cambrian coastline, because I used to live on it. But I think if I was to see any route into Wales, I'd like to see the North Wales coastline. I'd definitely like to see Shrewsbury. Maybe Shrewsbury to Hereford. That'd be good. I'd very much like that. Oh, what's happened there? What's happened there? I didn't acknowledge something. It's fine. It's okay. It's because I've not slowed down enough. Any tips on becoming an ambassador? Play a lot of Train Sim World. Just be respectful about the game. If you're there spewing hate towards the game, they're not going to on board that, are they? And, you know, just be positive. Where you can, provide constructive criticism. Obviously, you know, enjoy it as well. You're very looking forward to the route, Richie. I know it well. Keep up with the amazing work. Thank you very much. And yeah, I hope you enjoy the route when it comes out. Obviously, I've not worked on the route, so I'm just showcasing it. But yeah, a lot of work's gone into this. But yeah, for becoming an ambassador, just, you know, have fun. And all I say is, you know, be respectful to communities as well. If you're doing streams and you're not speaking to your communities or whatever else, then that doesn't really look great. And that's just kind of in general tips. But yeah. Highly recommend this new historic weather thing. Just done a 1986 realistic run. I'm tempted to give that a download, you know. I am tempted. That sounds a bit of me. Like, live weather, I think, would be a really cool feature. First class is meant to be front heading towards London most of the time. Is this the wrong way round? Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, to become an ambassador, yeah, but get noticed, be open, be honest, be respectful. Yeah, exactly. You know, don't spew any unnecessary negativity. You know, if you've got something to say, just happily say it. I think it helps when you bring some personality to what you were doing when you were presenting the game. Exactly, yeah. You don't want to be a robot. Just do what, like... Just make it natural. And this is... How do I put it? For me, I am very much just sat here, playing Train Sim World, chatting with some people, some like-minded people, and... I try and have a bit of personality. My personality is just, you know, I'm not a perfectionist when it comes to... I'm very much... How do I put this? There's a lot of people that are content creators for Train Sim World who have experience with trains. And that's great. That is great as well, because you've got that kind of expert opinion, i.e. you've got Train Simulator Driver who does some real-life firing on trains. You've got the likes of, like... BA who work on the trains, Megasim who work with trains. So, like, you know, for me, I don't work on the railways, and I don't think I ever will. My experience with trains is I'm first and foremost a commuter, and I'm a railway enthusiast. Yeah. Can it just wait literally 2 minutes? Yeah, so I'm very much an enthusiast, but I'm also, first off, a player. And I have been for years. So I'm just a player who now records himself. So it's kind of like, that's my sort of personal thing, is that I'm just more like the general sort of train rail fan, as opposed to having any expert about it. And that's why, if anyone comes into my streams, and I've seen comments on the forums, people saying that I didn't know things about signals and this and that, because I don't know everything. I'm here to learn. If you're not respectful to your community, then you won't have one. Getting past 10 people when you're live is hard. It can take a long time. Oh yeah, don't expect it to happen overnight. I remember some of the early streams, we had 7, 8 people. I remember I'll remember this quite vividly actually, in the Goblin Line stream, we for the first ever time hit 25 people watching, and I was absolutely over the moon. Tonight we've had 75 people in peak, and that's nuts. It's nuts to think about. It really is. But it takes time. It does take time to get there. It won't happen overnight. So you need to be able to work hard with it. I like the video where you raced a friend who also played Train Sim World. Yeah, he's also an ambassador as well, RichyRail. Really good content creator. He's more of a TikTok... well, he is a TikTok content creator, which I really think is quite a smart way to do it. There's not really many people who make Train Sim World content on TikTok. And it's really good for growth, to be honest. Really good reach on there. There's a really good community of TikTok creators, so I would highly recommend going and checking them out. You did diesel firing on Friday, a whole day whacking an alterer, and not much unless the driver gives you a go. I bet you'd want to give it a go though, wouldn't you? Right, I just need to go quickly attend to Shan, and then I'll be right back. So we've got 15 minutes to wait here. Goodness gracious me, that's a bit of a wait, isn't it? Right, I'll be right back. So 2 seconds, peeps. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Don't you worry. Just gonna quickly check my audios. I'll be right back. Right with you. Right, so we've got 10 minutes to wait here, so I'm not doing that. Is there anything else you'd like to see from the route? Any other services? So what should we run? Around about half an hour, possibly. I'd like to go to around about 11 o'clock. Whilst you lot are deciding. Aren't we all glad I wasn't whining at the start of the stream? I've just ignored you, it's fine. I rebuilt my studio today, so I should finally be making content for the first time in over a year. Oh, nice one. What, like live streams on this and stuff? Audio is fine, excellent. I did a little test today and it seems to be okay, just hoping my PC can cope with longer videos. We've done the 220 already, so hold on. I'm going to say choose a train now. Third one on my screen is what we'll do. So you've got an option of it's got to be the third one on my screen that we haven't done yet. So that could be 170, 150. I suppose we could do another 350 run if you wanted to. Lots of requests for the 170, and do you know what? I think we're gonna do 170. I think that's a good one. Me thinks. I know Flying Southern you said 86, but that's an hour-long run. So we're gonna do a 170 run. Why not? Why not? Yeah, I hope it goes well, Hannah. It's always a big thing getting back into. Well, I'll say back into. I've started afresh with this, but it's always a good one getting back into it. We're gonna do possibly. Obviously, the Shrewsbury services are what I know the most, so we're gonna do maybe a late evening Shrewsbury run. That one, that'll do. We'll do that one. Shrewsbury to. I'm going to do it in August. Good evening, Pete. Let me try that all again. Good evening, Pete. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Where do you plan to do your content, Hannah? Here or like Twitch or whatever else? Here we go, 170. Let's do it. Let's do a bit of 170 action. Let's go. Let's go crazy. Wolverhampton. Love it. Love Wolverhampton. So obviously these services are quite interesting because these start. So these obviously come from Shrewsbury, but I've been on these loads of times. So this is. It's quite a sentimental thing, and I have actually got a video that I'm planning to make next week about this route and Birmingham Cross City because I have got some, a little personal touch I'd like to share at some point. You're off to work where I should have been about 30 minutes ago. I'll listen on the drive. Oh my goodness gracious me! Get to work quick. Thank you for coming in, Paul. Have a good resty day at work and enjoy your post birthday celebrations, I guess. Liking the look of this route. I really like this route. If you did miss it, Kieran from All the Board was actually in the stream for a little while talking all about it, so it was good to get him in on the stream to get some first-hand experience. You're not going to start crying, are you? I might do. It was Paul's birthday yesterday. Oh, straight through to Birmingham. Nice. Whoop! I didn't say that. You didn't say that at all. It's 2019 timetable, isn't it? 2-car West Midland Railways. Yeah, you can do 3 cars as well. Yeah, we've already sang in the song. We already sang in the song, don't you worry. Could you also spawn in at New Street at 15:20 and listen to the announcements? Yes, remind me, TJ. We will do that. Make sure to remind me. Feel this route is good value. £10 for the trains, £10 for the route, £10 for the development. Exactly. It's one of them sorts of routes, isn't it? Where like, I think there's a lot to do on this. Like from a base perspective, there's still quite a lot to do, but there is a lot of layers on this. So glad we don't have to deal with these at work. Just cross country 170s now, 172s and 196s. .170s looking at right at home on this route. 100%. 100%. It's good as well that it's the 2019 timetable, which is what I'm actually most familiar with. I'm not overly familiar with the stock on the route nowadays. So your things like what are they, like 730s and 197s and things like that, I've never been on. So the fact it's set in 2019 I think makes it even better for me. Just because I know it. Where was that little? That's it there. And this, I think this is simple, but the fact that you've got people walking around the route, brilliant. Hello Richie, how's the route? Would you say it's worth it, or is it better to wait for a discount? It's a lot of money, but it looks in 100% get it day one. Train FC, you've missed it. We've actually had one of the developers from All Aboard Studios in the stream tonight. It was in the call, and he went into loads of information. Honestly, go back to the start of the stream, listen to what he had to say. Also, I did a whole interview with Kieran and Dan from All Aboard. There's a really good insight to how they've developed this route, and obviously it's not just those two guys; it's the whole team at All Aboard. But honestly, a lot of hard work has gone into this. One thing I want to find is a track access board. They are really sick. There's a few screenshots, but I don't actually know where they are. If I can find one, but there's like hundreds of them. So basically, where Network Rail would come onto the route, there's like a little plaque thing, and they're in the route. Question is, are the Snow Hill line services ran by the 170s? No. I asked them this in the interview because I wanted to see whether there's any representation. They said that realistically the 170s didn't do it, and I don't know whether it's a performance thing or not, but they said that just sort of like for simplicity not to do it. It's one of those routes that will become one of the most iconic routes we play time and time again. Yeah, this is kind of, in my honest opinion, this kind of gives me vibes of like, it's like my Brighton main line in a sense, because it's like you've got the busy end, like the Birmingham to Wolverhampton section. You've got the busy end, which is very similar to like the Victoria to sort of like maybe East Croydon section, and then you've got obviously the longer runs, so maybe like the Gatwick to Brighton section. You've kind of got the longer run between Wolverhampton and Crewe. There's quite a lot you can do on this. How expensive are the routes? It's standard route price, $29.99. I also agree with the 2019 timetable looks so much better, almost nostalgic. I think also the 2025 timetable would take much longer to develop with all the new trains. Exactly, yeah. You know, I think the 2019, it works for me. I honestly prefer it. Yeah, I've got no issues with it at all. Because although it's the 2019 timetable, it's still relatively realistic. You've still got the same types of services, they're just operated by different types of trains. How you doing, Nate? Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. Oh, 100%. 100% the ranks are like Brighton Main Line. Don't get me wrong, we'll never get a route as busy as Brighton Main Line ever again. But it's a decent route. I really like it. I mean, maybe the 730 would be a future add-on, but I don't really see much point in it because, like, I mean, it'd need to be in a whole new timetable for a start. But if I'm honest, I genuinely, it'd be cool to see a 730. Don't get me wrong, but I am set in the past. I like the fact that we've got these sorts of services, the 170s, the 323s, and whatever else. There's another service there. I like that. Obviously, I know it won't happen for at least a while after release, but if you had to pick a new train to add into this route, what would it be? Obviously, your obvious ones like your 730s, 197s, and stuff like that. It'd be good to have the most modern stuff in there at some point. But as for the current timetable, there really isn't anything else you could add into it. I don't think there is anything else that ran at this time that you can add into it that's playable. We obviously mentioned about the cross-country HSTs that would have very rarely gone through here, but other than that, I don't think there's anything else that you could even bring into this timetable that we don't already have. You like the variety on the route, yeah, the frequent stop, yeah, exactly, and also like your high speed stuff. You can do full line high speed, but you can also do Birmingham to Wolverhampton high speed, Birmingham to Stafford high speed, Stafford to Crewe high speed, Crewe to Wolverhampton high speed. There's so many different bits on it. No need for a new timetable, just sub for the 350. Plus, I'm biased. I like to see them at Watford. I also like one thing I really like about this as well with the 350s is the London Midland livery. That to me is sick. I think that's great. Avanti 221s. I mean, yeah, I get it. I suppose that'll be good, but I think for the handful of services that it would operate, I think what we've got here is pretty strong. .172 wouldn't fit onto this route. The 172 would only call it Galton Bridge on the upper platforms. It is nice. Oh, I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. I'm not paying attention to what I'm doing. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh dear. Uh-oh. 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 Oh dear. Well, it had to be done, didn't it? It had to be done. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Okay. I broke it. It's fine. It's all right. In fact, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a stopper in the 170s. Do you know what? I was doing so well. So well. Ah, fine. It's all right. We'll do a stopper. It's okay. Oh dear. It's funny as well. It happens when it's like the busiest as well. Let's try again. Let's try it again. What I will quickly show you is you've got all sorts of stuff that you can do on this. Loads and loads of stuff. You got 323 as well. Right, 170. I think it's dash 6 that does the first. Yeah, there you go. There you go. We'll do it in September. Why not? No, let's do it in August. Because again, why not? I had one job. I know, I had one job, and I absolutely ballsed it up. What an absolute sausage. Yeah, Snake, it happens quite regularly on this. We often do a spad. Yeah. It's a shame that I've not done more, to be honest. At least you know the signals work. Anyway, this is a full-on run, I think. Yeah, Cosley, Tipton, Dudleyport, Samwell, Smethwick, Rolfe. I really... This is quite surreal for me. Wolverhampton is so cool to see in game. Like I said, many times I've walked through to here. I'm actually going to be seeing my mum in a few weeks. I'm going to show her this route. She's going to love it. More of a Richie being live, says the 170. Run done. I forgot how much of a banger this route is. Again, I've got to emphasise weather mod. What route's that? It wouldn't be a Richie stream without a spad. That's correct. That is right. That's a correct statement. I tell you, I've got a numb bum. But we soldier on. We soldier on. Let's go. Should we do some safety systems? Why not? Why aren't they working? Well, I don't know why that's not working. I must have done something wrong there. I think it's on the cabinet behind. Ah, it's the cabinet behind me. Yep, that's what I'm doing wrong. Go, there you go. Oh yeah, Preston Carlisle. The Cumberland and Chipolata sausage. You're starting to pick up Richie's traits on spadding too. Oh yes, yes. Become the Spadarino. Is it still worth getting Birmingham Cross City in 2025? Yeah, 100%. If you're on Steam, it's actually on sale. I think it's on quite a big sale at the minute as well, actually. I think it's only like 7 or 8 quid. Yeah, I figured it out. Don't worry, I figured it out. As a wise man once sang, red light spells danger. Fun fact, I'm off to go see him live. Oh dear. Can't hold out much longer. No, no, no. Do you know where the other fork leads at Wolverhampton? What do you mean? What, down here? So this heads towards Walsall. Walsall's around here somewhere. And then, realistically, you'd have... So, you've got this here, Aston and stuff going around here. The route then goes all the way up here, up to here, and that's the chase line going around here. I'd love to see that in-game. I really, really would. It'd be great to the chase line. Right, this is where I bid farewell. Thanks for an awesome stream. Oh, no! No, don't leave when I start doing the singing. No, thank you for coming in. I much appreciate it. Have a good rest of your evening. How you doing? Are you enjoying this route? Yeah? No? Maybe so? I certainly am. Love a bit of Billy Ocean. Stream Birmingham Cross City is 80% off and the Pendolino is 50% off. Get them all. Get them all. Why not? I think it'll be in a bundle, which is even cheaper. You've arrived at work. Good to hear. Good to hear. Have a great night. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Have a good day at work. Hope you have fun. Doing whatever it is you do with penguins. There you go. All the ambassadors work with penguins. As soon as it drops, there will be a first look video from me the next day. Oh yes, awesome. Do a stream on it. I mean, it's mad. We've been playing this for like what, almost 4 hours now. This is what I mean though. Like, it's been some streams. Like sometimes Roots, I'm a bit like, oh, I'm done with that now. But now I'm like, oh, I've got work in the morning. I want to keep playing. Would I have to work with penguins too if I became an ambassador as well? Yes. You have to join the dark side. It's like a secret cult. Have you ever watched The Simpsons? You know the stonecutters from The Simpsons? That's what you have to do. You have to like sign an oath. Sign an oath so you work with penguins. Stream is on Wednesday. Nice one. Yes, of course, if you don't already know, Train Simulator Driver is also one of the ambassadors. Does a lot better content than me because he actually knows what he's talking about. But yeah, does plenty of streams and stuff. We have got a little stream idea coming soon. Keep your eyes peeled for that. He's also very close to 10,000 subscribers, so let's help him out. Let's get him there. Right, this is Cosley. Good stop there. A Bourbon Queen is just a naked penguin. I won't look at a penguin the same way. Join the train sim side. We have paces. If you join the cult in GTA 5, you have to give them all your money in time as donations. Yeah, you don't have to give your money away here. Just had another couple of subscribers, so welcome aboard to the new people that have just subscribed. Oh, of course, I agree with you there, Pete. Of course, yeah, if you've not subscribed to Rex, please go and do so. Let me just get going, and then I'll put a link in as well. Because, why not, eh? Let's show some fellow streamers some love. 439. Let's get him to at least 440. There you go. Go subscribe to Rex. Let's get him to at least... If we can get him to 450, that'll be good. But at least 440. Off we go. Next stop is Tipton. Do you know why Tipton's called Tipton? Because it's a ton of tip. No. I meant to say it was like a rubbish tip, but yeah, anyway, that's not funny. Moving on. 66 likes. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming in and liking and subscribing and all that sort of good stuff. I much appreciate your time. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I've hardly spoken about it, but obviously I've been away for 2 weeks. Not that you've probably noticed. I've been away for 2 weeks, so yeah, I'm back. I'm back in full swing. 450 would be epic. Well, we'll certainly try and get you there. It'd be good to get you to a 500 in the next few weeks. How was it? Warm. Lovely and warm. Much warmer than what it is here. It's a little bit depressing here because it's cold. Red light spells danger. It's stuck in my head now. Can't hold out much longer. No, no, no. Do 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 do. Do na 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 na. Do 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 do. There's another 170. $500 would be amazing, especially since it's my major milestone. Ah, you'll hit it in no time, mate. Honestly, keep it up. You're doing really well. There's only so much time you can spend with your wife. Don't say that too loudly. Nah, she's good to get along with. I've just heard her go. I'm in trouble, lads. Nah, I don't get in trouble. We love each other. Nah, do you know what? It was nice to spend that time. We love going to where we go to, and we have a lot of fun. There was a lot of swimming in the pool, a lot of memories made, a lot of videos of me trying to get a dive toy, a lot of karaoke. Yeah, good bit of fun. A lot of fun. Here we go. Of course, we've hardly talked about the stuff on the roadmap as well. There's been loads of interesting stuff that came to the roadmap. What are the most Hold on. What are you looking forward to? Let me get my words out. What are you looking forward to most from the roadmap, peeps? Other than, obviously, for me it's this. But what other things, future things, are you looking forward to? The urge to sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight is just a whim away. Oh! Do you hear that, love? The urge to sing The Lion Sleeps Tonight is just a whim away. A whim away, a whim away, a whim away. Ooh, the lion sleeps tonight. Oh. A whim away, a whim away, a whim away. Yeah, I'll be quiet. Hush your gums, love. Hush your gums. You're looking forward to the 90? You're looking forward to the 171 pack? Yeah, that looks quite exciting, actually. I was surprised by that. Because I think the one thing I'd want to see from that, though, is an overhauled East Coastway. If I'm honest. I think that would be a really good addition. To have like a Todd 4 on East Coastway. I think that'd be sick. Are we sure you did karaoke? Yeah, damn right. Of course. Oh, I've just gone into emergency. Do you want to know what my songs were on karaoke? Any guesses what my songs were on karaoke this year? I got 2 new ones, and they were quite good. I'm very fast and loose with the term good. Oh, it's good down here, isn't it? One thing I love about UK routes, and it's such a silly little feature, but seeing things like double yellow lines, that is so like stereotypically British that, yeah, it's good to see. Well, stop listening to what I'm saying then. Sausage, you just said what you just said there was really boring. I agree, but the 142, yeah, that looks good. I'm looking forward to that. We're getting a new East Coastway timetable. We are indeed. That song by the Cranberries can get stuck in your head. Yep. Shan likes singing that one. Croc Rock, yes. Oh, I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Oh, I'm singing that next year. No, the coconut song. That's what I'm singing. The coconut nut is a giant nut. If you eat too much, you'll get very fat now. If you go to the tree, you get the coconuts free. It's the coconut. Yes, I did Croc Rock. Of course I did Croc Rock. That is my go-to. I did Hannah. Yeah, I did Rick Astley. That was my new one this year. It were absolutely horrendous. My goodness gracious me. And there's one more. Richie did karaoke. He told me in stream. Was Rick rolling me at the same time? Yeah. There is not. There is footage of the karaoke, but it shall not be posted for legal reasons. On holiday, I was tempted to sing an Eminem song with strong language, even though there was a bunch of kids. TJ, do you know what's quite funny? You say that. Last year, we went to the same place last year, and we walked in, and there was, I kid you not, a 12-year-old kid, maybe even young, a 12-year-old girl, I was singing Backbone by Stormzy on karaoke. Now, I don't have to be the person to tell you that that isn't a very appropriate song for a 12-year-old. It's not a very... It's well, anyway, right, for a 12-year-old to be singing that at karaoke isn't good, and it was a bit shocking, a bit awkward. So I don't think you singing Eminem with a few swear words in would have been that much of an issue. Backbone by Stormzy. My usual karaoke choice is Only You. I'm trying to think what that song is now. Only You by Yazoo. Are you doing any more meetups soon? There's nothing planned. There probably won't be anything for the rest of the... Well, there might be something for the rest of the year. I don't actually know. Maybe next year. It's almost Christmas, so... You'd like to see a 325 in the Royal Mail train? I mean, that's down to licensing, isn't it, for a start? I don't know how easy Royal Mail licensing is. I actually sang my wedding song, speech to Matchstick Men, Matchstick Cats and Dogs. I'm not too sure. I don't know what that song is. Will I know what that song is? I don't know. Have a look at the chat. Matchstick Men and Matchstick Cats and Dogs.
70 West Midland Railway service to Walsall. Platform 2 for the 0719 West Midland Railway service to Wolverhampton, calling at Dudley Port, Tipton, Cosley and Wolverhampton. Platform 1 for the 0717
Singing Rick Astley at karaoke, Richie's voice wanted to give up. It's a hard song to sing. It really is. I don't have a very high singing voice. I'm something of a tenor lady. You're a northerner, you should know it. I don't know it. Oh, I do a little bit like a bit of Frank Sinatra. The other song, by the way, I didn't mention it, was Breeze is the word. It's got it's got groove, it's got oh, what's the lyrics now? It's got groove, it's got meaning. Wow, wow, wow. Greece is the time, it's the place, it's the motion. I sang it like that as well. How many announcements allowed to say it? Because it's difficult. The announcements, it's just an announcement. You're allowed to say the company. You just can't have its logos. It's the logos that are licensed. I don't actually know. That could be a very complicated thing. I don't know.
70 West Midland Railway service to Wolverhampton, calling at Dudley Port, Tipton, Cosley and Wolverhampton. Platform 1 for the 0719 West Midland Railway service to Wolverhampton.
I don't actually know. That could be very complicated thing. I don't know. It's just called Grease. Grease is the word. It's got groove. It's got feeling. Do, do, do.
West Midlands Railway service to Walsall.
I don't actually know what this is. Hold on, let me have a listen to this. Let me mute myself so I don't get a copyright strike. Oh, I've never heard that before. Sounds good. It sounds a bit like Lonnie Don. Is it Lonnie Donegan? Oh, my old man's a dustman. He wears a dustman's hat. He wears cold blimey trousers and he lives in a council flat. That's it, Frankie Valli. What's your favourite Elvis song? Oh, If I Can Dream. If I Can Dream. What a song. Shanz's King Creole. Yeah. I'll try, do you want me to shut the door? Okay, let me stop at this station. I'll shut the door. I'm keeping the missus awake. She's got work early in the morning than me. You went to a Frankie Valli tribute led by Peter Andre. Really? Frankie Valli tribute led by Peter Andre. That's a sentence, and I know that's exactly what I was thinking. All I've just heard is air come from the bedroom. Oh dear, no, that's an interesting one. That also looks like the Iron Bridge. Right, bear with me, peeps. I'm just gonna go shut my door. That was very northern, wasn't it? I'm back. Hello. Did I open the cab door? Let's go. Jailhouse Rock, classic. You forgot to close the cab door, did I? I don't remember opening it, do I? I didn't open the cab door. Will the class 90s layer onto this route? Doing the Bastard Hall to Stafford services. I'm not actually too sure. I don't know. I did ask Kieran, and even he doesn't know. I think because it's so. I mean, I don't even know when it's coming out. It's so recently announced that I don't think anyone knows what's happening with it just yet. This has been a really great stream so far. It's past my bedtime, so I should start thinking about that. Yeah, Luke. I'm glad you've not mentioned your favourite three-letter word. I think he had the Four Seasons with him. Not the actual Four Seasons, but yeah. Yes, the Four Seasons. Oh, got you, Snake. Got you. That took me a minute. I won't lie to you. It's a little bit past my bedtime, so I'm being a bit. I'm a bit delusional. Delusional? Delirious. It's got groove. It's got meaning. Ah, Luke, you absolute sod. Hey, I said, if there's any comments, you'd be banned. So, now that you pointed out to me, here comes the ban hammer. I'm joking. Chill out. Calm down. It's misty where you are. You didn't go to bed till like gone 2 last night. Oh, what a night. Late December back in 63. What a very special time for me. 'Cause I remember what a night. Oh, what a night. Oh, goodness gracious, man. I can't do that bit. That hurts me throat a little bit. Who's your favourite Villa player? See, do you know what? As much as I'm a Villa supporter, I don't actually know that much about Villa players. So the only one I could say is Watkins, because he scored a goal at the Euros. That's it. Oh, Banhammer straight away from Bovril. You might start your show with Greece on Wednesday. Go on, Bovril. Good lad. Nice. What's really good as well with this is that if you get the West Midlands Railway Class 170 pack, there's so much more gameplay now with this as well. Like, you're able to do a lot longer services than on the actual Birmingham Cross City route. I've not got shows, no. I did 63 quite well. I mean, what can I say? My little side hustle is actually a professional singer. Oh, you present on hospital radio? Oh, okay. That's cool. Like general hospital radio or like a specific hospital? So, Depot, there you go, look. It's all there in all its glory. Got a 323 in there as well. Being all fixed up. If you could pick any route in the game set in the past for modern day, what would it be? Northern Transpennine, 100%. I mean, I would have liked to have seen TVL be overhauled this year because with it being 200 years of railways, absolute no-brainer. But yeah, are you doing another run after this? Unfortunately not. We're going to do some stuff around New Street. Someone wants me to test out a bit of announcements. I'll do a quick little recap and then I'm going to go to bed, funnily enough, because I have been going for about 4.5 hours. And I am, my throat's starting to hurt, although I didn't even do that much talking. So yeah. Your head hurts after being bonked by that hammer. Colchester Hospital. Oh, no, that's actually quite cool. I must admit, it makes me chuckle when I hear, like, Asda radio. That's quite funny. Quite missed the band. I love being here, but I can't wait to do another gig. Have we done a run in the 390 yet? Yes, we have. We've done a run. We've done two 350 runs. We've done a run in the Pendolino, in the Voyager as well. We've also done a run in this. And that's it, I think. But I am going to be live on Wednesday night on this again. Where we're mainly probably going to be doing layered stuff, to be honest. So we're yet to do a 323 run. We're yet to do a 150 run. Yeah, and we might even do a rail tour. Who knows? So yeah, stay tuned. We'll do some more layered stuff on Wednesday for sure, because I quite like this route. I may even stream it on Saturday night. That stuff there, by the way, the like the station indicators, I think they're really, really cool. Them. You want to play this now? Well, it comes out if you're on PlayStation in around about 11 hours. Not long to wait now. Not long to wait at all. Are there AI 150s at Crewe? Yes, there is actually. There is AI 150s at Crewe. Oh, Hannah. That's fantastic. That's comment of the day. Do you know what? That's a fantastic comment. The banhammer was rather apt given the circumstances. That is clever. Very clever. Got the 170s over there. All sorts of AI here. Is there any final things you want to see, peeps? By the way, anything else you'd like me to have a little look at? I'll tell you what we didn't do. I completely forgot to do it. Was to actually watch that coupling manoeuvre at New Street. Completely forgot about that. We must have a little look at that. How many 153s come to Brum? I don't think any of them do. There is, however, 150 services coupled up to 153s, acting as 4-car 158s. I have seen a couple of them. I'm not too sure how regular those are, though. I think they're more peak hour services, but I have seen them. But they are all the transport. Majority of the transport for Wales stock is headed by 150s. Right, let's stop there. Lovely jubbly. Happy days. And then these, if you really wanted to, would then go on towards... In fact, I'm intrigued. So, this is what? What time are we on here? 7:29 to Walsall. So I wonder if in the cross-country and West Midlands Railway Class 170 pack timetable on the Birmingham Cross City, whether this is in it. I didn't turn my lights on. Rookie error. Rookie error. I ought to call the band up Monday night catch up. Nice one, mate. Thank you very much for coming in, Bob, and I'll catch you later. Go on, girl. Right, so yes, I'll do 1520. The first thing I want to do is I want to actually check that 729. Have a little check of the thingamajig. Make sure it's there. Late December back in '63. Some reason I had away. Right, 7:29 in the new timetable. Let's have a little look. It was a -6, wasn't it? There's one there. It might not be the right. Might not be the right subclass. There's all sorts of different ones here. There's loads of them. Shrewsbury to Walsall. That's relatively close enough. 7:24. That's about right, isn't it? Yeah. There you go. That's the service. So if you wanted to, you could carry on the service up towards Aston. But that's in a different route. Anyway, right. So you wanted me to jump in at what time was it? 15:22 or 15:20. So we'll jump in there. What platform is it? Just so I know. Releases on Xbox at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Oh, it's sick here. There you go. There's 150s there. Look at this. You've got all sorts going on here. Look at that. They all share platforms and stuff as well. Cool. What platform do you want me to go to? Just New Street at 15:20.
West Midlands Railway service to Greenwich. The next train to arrive at platform 11 will be the 15:25. 25. West Midlands Railway service to Lichfield Trent Valley. Calling at Birmingham New Street, Duddeston, Aston, Gravelly Hill, Erdington, Chester Road, Wild Green, Sutton Coldfield, Four Oaks, Butler's Lane, Lake Street, Shenstone, Lichfield City, and Lichfield Trent Valley.
Is that it there? 1522.
11 for the 1525.
It's just constant. It keeps going. It keeps going.
Lichfield Trent Valley. Platform 5 for the 1522. Transport for Wales service to Holyhead. Calling at Smethwick Galton Bridge, Wolverhampton, Telford Central.
Telford Central. Hey.
Turk, Louisville, Wrexham General, Chester, Shotton, Flint, Prestatyn, Rill, Holborn Bay, Llandudno Junction, Bangham, Llanfairport, Glamorgan, Decrease, Llwsnega, Valley, and Holyhead. The next train to arrive at platform 5 will be the 100 West Midlands Railway service to Birmingham New Street, calling at Birmingham New Street only. Platform 5.
It just keeps going. It just keeps going.
Service to Birmingham New Street. Platform 12 for the 1523. West Midlands Railway service to Greenwich. Calling at Five Ways, University, Selly Oak, Bourneville, Kings Norton, Northfield, Longbridge, Barnt Green, Alvechurch, and Greenwich. Platform 5 for the 100 West Midlands Railway service to Birmingham New Street, calling at Birmingham New Street only. The next train to arrive at platform 8 will be the 1529 cross-country service to Birmingham New Street, calling at Birmingham New Street.
What's quite cool as well
Platform 8
is you've got the different sort of like, you can hear platform, you can hear the announcements over there, you can hear them over here. It all very much depends on where you are.
For the 1525 West Midlands Railway service to Lichfield Trent Valley, calling at Duddeston, Aston, Gravelly Hill, Erdington, Chester Road, Wild Green, Sutton Coldfield, Four Oaks, Butler's Lane, Lake Street, Shenstone, Lichfield City, and Lichfield Trent Valley. The next train to arrive at platform 1 will be the 1533 London North
Yeah, good that, innit?
Railway service.
Very good announcements. There's loads of them.
Calling at
Loads and loads of announcements. Cool, right. So what else did you want to see? You wanted to see something else. Crewe. Is that what you wanted to say next? Feels like it's spinning my head if I was made out of Lego. Right, so let's jump into Crewe. Any particular time at Crewe? Should we say about 8 o'clock? Why not? I don't know why I've gone December. Let's have a little look at Crewe. Yeah, the announcements are really, really good. I think they're fantastic. So obviously you got the thingies up there. Not as many announcements here, but yeah, this is Crewe Station. You got your ticket things. Obviously, it's not all models and whatever else. You've got a bus and stuff over there. Let's go through here. Cool. Different PIS. I don't actually know my way around Crewe. Does the cross-country Voyager layer onto Birmingham Cross City? I don't think it does yet. I think there's plans to, though. I think it was mentioned in the August roadmap that it's coming to Birmingham Cross City. It'd only be in the Class 170 timetable there. Shame we can't compare this Crewe to the Spirit of Steam Crewe. Well, hold that thought. Hold that thought. There's a Pendolino. Got a 350 down here. It'd be good to jump into it. Don't get me wrong, but yeah. There you go. Got 350. I don't know whether I don't actually know when 150s are due in. I also need to install Glossop Line because you see a lot more AI when you've got the Northern 323s. I just don't have it installed, so I'm going to make sure to do that in time for Monday's video. In time for thingy. I'll go in. I can hear something else. In time for Wednesday's stream. But yeah, this is obviously the wall from Spirit of Steam. Very, very familiar here. Yeah, it's nice. Not to be a bugger, but could you go back to New Street at 15:15 instead start training on platform 7? Platform 7 is announced. I'm gonna say no because there's that many announcements. It's hard to keep up with it. Like just then, we were there for 5 minutes and it hadn't even announced our train yet because there's so much stuff going on. So I'll let you go and discover that for yourself because we could sit here all night listening to the announcements, but I need to go to bed. I'm just doing a little tour de Crewe. That Pendolini's going somewhere. Ah, look at that. Hello, you. What are you doing there? Got a 158 service there. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff. So you will see AI 158 as well. That's doing a, there you go, Derby service. Nice. Cool. What else have we got going on at Crewe? What's coming into these platforms? That's obviously going to, is that going to Piccadilly? Is that right? Oh yeah, wrong way around. Piccadilly. There you go, another Crewe service as well. Oh yeah, that's obviously going to come into here. Yeah, nice. Awesome. What else have we got going on? I'm trying to get my bearings. I don't actually know my bearings that well. Ah, I'm stupid. Manchester Piccadilly, so that'll be a different service coming. That'll be coming through here, won't it? Yeah, you got this up here as well. Very nice. Look at that. Oh, I'm in the track. On the track. Get off the track. Original platform 1 from Spirit of Steam is now abandoned in the modern day version. Ah, there you go. I didn't know that. Yeah, there's loads of exploring you can do around here. There's quite a lot you can do. Oh, the Cheshire Lounge. Very nice. Ah, newspapers. There you go. Cool. Nice one. Is there anything else? There you go. Something else coming in there as well. Quite busy here, actually. Lovely stuff. What else we got to say? Anything else? I don't think there's one thing I would like to see is you'd see Crewe services coming. Crewe services. You'd see Pendolino services coming fast through here at some point. What's this here? That's something that's, is that something that's coming in? I think it might be. What is that? I can't do my 8 cam. Let me get in this train. Let me see what's going on over there. Let me get in here. 8 cam. I can't do it. Working lifts. Uh-oh. Get me off this train. Working lifts. I've seen working lifts, but I don't know whether there's any here. Let me see. That one doesn't work. There is working ones. I can assure you of that. Off goes that service. Ah, Pendolino. See, look, there's loads of stuff going on. Loads of stuff here at Crewe. Can't seem to find any more lifts. It's very easy to get lost around here. I didn't mean to walk on the tracks. It was an accident, I swear. I promise. No, I don't think there's any lifts here. I could be mistaken, though. There's some at... There's got to be some somewhere, surely. I went to Crewe on June 1st and saw a Midland Pullman coming in on platform 1. There you go, look. There's a cool little monument there. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Right. What we're going to do is... I think we're going to leave it there, to be honest. We've seen absolutely everything I think we can see. I'm going to go across here. Oops, you didn't see that. We'll take a little look at the 350 as well. Why not? But yeah, there you go. That is... Don't forget to... yes. Yes. You make a very good point. You make a very good point about the coupling. Let me do that. Let me figure out what time that was. Because I was meant to do that and I completely forgot. Let's have a look. 11. It's around about 11:20, I think. Is that in the time? Is it? Oh, wait, hold on. That might be in the timetable. Let me have a little look. Let me have a little look in the timetable. What did we do? A 350-1? I think we did. 11. Trying to see. Birmingham New Street to Crewe. Trying to see which ones it was. London Euston to Crewe. I don't think it was that one. It was around about 11 o'clock, wasn't it? So let me go in. I think it was around about 11:20. I think that was about the time. Hopefully we get this right. Way more than the Spirit of Steam version, yes. What's in the red box on the bridge in Crewe? I don't actually know. I couldn't tell you. What platform? Holyhead service. That is Crewe. That's not what we want. It was a Euston service, wasn't it? Or was it coming in from? Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. Birmingham New Street to Crewe. Is that it? Where is that? What platform is that on? What platform is that on? That is on platform 3, which is this way. Let's do it quickly. Let's go. Platform 3, down this way. Where are they? That's a platform. That's platform. It was platform 3, wasn't it? Oh no, platform 4, sausage. Right. No, I don't think that's the right one, is it? What's that one there? Birmingham New Street. Euston. Right. 11:33. Okay. So that might be the time to wait because that's going. So is it that service there? So I'm guessing that's waiting for something to come in. Possibly. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. London Euston. Yeah, I'm guessing that's waiting for something to come in. Possibly. Northampton, Milton's Keys. Because if that says it's formed of 8 coaches, then we know that's going to turn into an 8-car set, isn't it? No, so that one's just 4 coaches, so it's not that one that does it. But there might be some somewhere. 4 coaches. Okay. I'm not too sure which services do it. It's probably very random. But this is a cool little feature here, look. Ah, look at that. Ah, sick. We'll have to mess around with that at some point. Brumfield. We'll have to mess around with that at some point. That's really cool. I like that. What were you saying about that? The red box on the bridge in Crewe. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. Anyway, I don't think we'll have to try and find services that couple together, because it'd be good to showcase that. What did we just find? That's a TDEU box. You can mess around with. They're functional and they actually work. I don't know how they work, but they work. So you can basically go up to it, and then so it's for each station, each platform. So 1A. So if you've got a train on platform 1A, you can open it all up, and then you can put your key in, like that. Boom, and then you can just do whatever you need to do. It actually comes up with stuff on the screen there. You see that? So you can do that, I'm guessing. Should we try that out? Hold on. Should we try it on a different platform? See how it works. Is there anything due to go any second? Let's have a look. What time is that due to go? 11:25. We'll try it with this one. Right. So, that's red. What platform are we on? We're on platform 5. I think, anyway. So then... see how this works. So then would I say ready to depart? I think it's more, I don't think it actually does anything. I think it's just more you can do stuff. So train ready to depart. Hopefully it starts closing its doors at some point. I might not be ready to go yet, just yet. So I think it just works on the AI, but I think... oh, we are. So that's thinking about it. And then we say, train right away. Do we say it can go? There we go. Cool. So I think it's more like... I don't think it actually does anything to the actual signals, but you can mess around with it and kind of act like you'd want to do it, which is quite cool. Very cool. Nice. Trying to think what else we can do. Oh, hello. Hello, you. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a blooming second. Could this be what it's doing? Could we actually be having something happen here? Where is that coming from? Crewe to London Euston. What's that? That's a random service. But there's 9... that must be the service. It must be. Yeah, 9W12, and that's not doing anything. So maybe it couples up. I tell you what, we're gonna wait here a few minutes. Between it's gotta go somewhere between, well, now and a few minutes. What's that? Except St David's. It's a funny station, that, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely got to do something at some point. Got to do something in the next 8 minutes, surely. It is almost midnight in the UK. My throat is struggling. I won't lie. I won't lie. It's having a bit of a struggle. Tomorrow's papers will now say Chaos at New Street. Almost 5 hours. 5 hours streaming. How mad is that? How mad is that? Just had a couple of new subscribers, so welcome aboard to the new people that have just subscribed. Hope you're all doing absolutely splendid. We've also had some new members, so welcome in Hannah and Kevin. Welcome to the Discord server. Hope you're all doing absolutely splendid. We're actually very close to 500 members. Let me have a little look. We might have hit it. 422 plus whatever that is. 422 plus that plus... oh, close. We are 14 members away from... pardon me. We are 14 members away from 500 members. Yeah, it's a fair bit of streaming. Is that going? Is that going somewhere? I hope not. I hope that becomes a service. That'd be well cool if it does become the service. I don't know what that would become. It's not programmed to go anywhere. Yeah, well, I derail and spad trains just by existing, so the fact that I'm a little bit sleepy doesn't really make that much difference. Do you think this is worth 30 quid? Oh, absolutely, 100%. Like I say, if you go back to earlier on in the stream, and I'm going to edit this post, we actually had one of the developers, Kieran, from All Aboard Studios, who actually came into the stream and had a little chat with us. Gave us a really, really good insight to the route. You can't spad if you come off the tracks before the red signal. Yes. There you go. We really delayed the end of the stream just to check out little things. Well, this has got to do something in the next few minutes. If it don't work, then I know who to go to speak to. But I genuinely think All Aboard have done a really, really good job. What I am going to do is quickly show you the route map. So obviously, whilst we're waiting, this is Birmingham New Street down here. I don't know what's going on here, but this is Birmingham New Street. As you can see, absolutely beautiful. You can go up this way. So there's actually stuff going on up here towards Duddeston. You can't go up here in this route, obviously, but if you want to go up here, you can go and do it in the Birmingham Cross City. Obviously, head on this way up towards Wolverhampton. You've obviously got Soho Depot over here. This is the little line that goes up towards the Chase line. Is that moving? I'm constantly watching it to make sure it moves. Obviously, you've got Soho Depot. You've got Smethwick Galton Bridge here. You keep on going this way all the way up towards Wolverhampton, which is here. Wolverhampton Station, looks beautiful. You've got the Oxley Depot. You then keep heading on this way, and you just keep going all the way north, all the way up to here, which is Stafford Station. This way is towards the Trent Valley, and then we've obviously then keep going all the way up here towards Crewe, which is up here. So it's a fair length. It's a fair length of route, to be honest. It's quite a lengthy route, quite a lot going on. Come on, 350, do something, move. I'm shocked how good it looks. Definitely will be buying this even if I wait for a sale. That's a good point, actually. Let's end the poll. 273 votes. If you've not voted in the poll, feel free to go and get your votes in. Let's try and get as many votes in, because this poll I'll actually give back to All Aboard and to Dovetail as well, because it's quite a good sample size, to be honest. So yeah, it's really been a good stream. What if we keep the stream running until midnight? No, not happening. After this couple's up, I'm going to sleep. I am well and truly going to sleep. Hopefully. I'm hoping that moves. I really do hope that moves. Be a bit awkward if it doesn't. I'm eager to watch. So that's going to do something, hopefully. I'm guessing that's the service that comes in, so that's the lead-in service. This whole time as well, I've only just noticed that there's like little lights on the trains, look. On the front of them. I've never spotted that before. That signal going to do anything? Something's coming in this way. Look at all this going on here. You've got something coming in here. You've got something coming in there. I think that might be a Pendolino service, possibly. Well, that might be a double Voyager. That's a double Voyager. Ah! That's coming in here. It's going to block us. Hold on. Let me move over here. It probably will move at 11:33. Yeah, probably. I'm eagerly watching it. Doesn't say anything else on the thingy, does it?
Platform 3 for the 11:36 transport for Wales service to Birmingham International. Calling at Birmingham International only.
Thinking about it. Come on, 11:33. Maybe it's part of its instructions. It's got to go and collect it and then carry on its way. The doors are closing. The doors are closing. Is it gonna couple up? This is the moment of truth now, peeps. Is it gonna couple up? If it doesn't, I'll be very upset. Oh yeah, it's moving. It's moving. This could work, you know. This could be doing something. Yeah, look at this. Here, there you go. Euston. Cool. There you go. So it does do it eventually. So is that now going? Is it? Still think. Ah. Wait, what? Ah, wait. So does that become... Wait. Hold on a minute. Does that then become 9Y08? Possibly. Does it? I'm not actually too sure. Unless it comes in. Maybe... Oh, no. It's off. It's going. Off it goes, look. It's going. There you go, that's cool. So it must just be instructed in its things to be able to do a couple up thingy. But it's off. Look at that. Excellent stuff. It works. Very nice indeed. Very nice. That's off. Off it goes. Off it goes towards Euston. Sick, okay. So eventually that'll get to Euston, and then you've obviously got this very loud Voyager here. But yeah, that's cool. I like that. That's really, really neat. Really neat indeed. You obviously got a double Voyager there. So yes, you can watch them couple up. We've just waited 5-10 minutes to watch that happen, but it happens. How is this still going? Trust me, I'm going to be ending it. I've had a lot of fun with this though. Honestly, I absolutely love this route. Let's go over here. We've got another 350. Ah, look at that for timing. Look at that for timing. Another 350 coming in. Oh, should we just drive another 350 run? No, we need to behave ourselves. We need to behave ourselves. Right, as that 350 comes in there, I'm going to leave that there because I'm absolutely cream crackered. That was worth the wait, but it happens. It works. So, obviously, final details. If you're not already aware, Birmingham to Crewe. This is the route, 50 miles through the suburban Black Country. You got some railway locations such as New Street, Crewe Bassett Hall, Oxley Car Depot, Soho Depot. Got all sorts of layers, 390, 220, freight, rail tours, absolutely loads going on. 53 miles, 11 stations, a really, really fun route. We've been going for almost 5 hours tonight, and I genuinely loved every single second of it. So, yeah, it releases tomorrow, £29.99. Comes with the 350s, Dash 1, Dash 2, and the Dash 3. All different variants, all different things, and whatever else inside. Releases at 10 AM console, so go and get your hands on it. Releases at 4 PM on Epic and 6 PM on Steam, so a lot of fun to be had. I will next be live on Wednesday night. Again with this, why not? I quite like this route, so we're going to do more running on this route, more layers. So I'm going to do a Transport for Wales run, we might do another Voyager run, might do another Pendolino run, who knows. Consider it a viewer's choice, but solely for this route on Wednesday. So if you're still not decided by Wednesday, then make sure to tune in then, and we'll do another stream on this. But yeah, thank you all for coming in tonight. It's good to be back, and I've got plenty of streams, plenty of videos, and all sorts of good stuff coming your way. So thank you all for coming in tonight, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you all in the next stream. Bye everyone.